Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampoville here. More Christmas ornaments, because it's, well, almost Christmas time. So yep, gotta get these ornaments finished off here. I'm just gonna reduce that down a little bit in size here. That's more like it, Armored Wolf. So Armored Wolf, it was a complete accidental discovery. Imagine you just open up Chidu Box and all of a sudden it says, hey, you know what, how about this really cool thing that you've never heard of before? And it's, as far as I know, it's totally free to use. I don't know. But, as much as we like all this, right, it couldn't do all of the stuff around the outside and forget about words or whatever. Um, yeah, and it also doesn't screw up this kind of stuff. And also doesn't cost credits. So, yeah, Camden, I think I sent you a message about that. Um, I did the prints. I don't know how they look. I'm not going to know until after the stream. But this could, well, let's put it this way. I'm going to try to film a video about it tonight. So yeah, Cam, the totally absolute shock. Had no idea that something like that existed. Now it's not perfect because I tried doing a Sauron one and it kind of pooched on some of the letters there. So we'll see how it works. Now I'm thinking I might try to do two of these here. Venus and Ceres, just in case I actually need some emergency ornaments here. Let's just start out with something here potentially for our Venus one here. We're just gonna start chucking some stuffs on here. Yeah, Camda, I had no clue such a thing existed, and if I hadn't just opened up the bamboo slicer, I've never seen it before. So it's Maker Labs. That does sound familiar, Camda. I don't know if that sounds familiar to you, Armored Wolf, but Maker Labs. Just do a quick little search on that. I don't know if it's like, okay, if you own a bamboo printer, somehow you get whatever, I don't know, free or access or something like that. Surface Tension says that he has an account with them. He doesn't, I don't think he has a bamboo printer. Maybe he does. Either way, it was pretty shocking to say the least. Just trying to set some things up here. You know what? I'm gonna give me a little bit of this. More of that. There we are. That's what I was looking for. So I was hoping that by doing two of these also get a chance for the paint to set a little bit more. In the earlier phases, that's a little bit more important than, especially with these things, the later phases. But can't hurt. It doesn't hurt. So we'll see what happens. I tried basically one of every. Well, no, let's see. I didn't try to. The first one I tried was one of the Japanese ones, but I wasn't quite understanding what it was doing. And Armored Wolf, the biggest surprise was that it's like, oh, do you want a frame on this thing? And it's not like, okay, do you want some generic frame? It's you can select all these different designs. You can also uh, say how thick you want it, how wide you want it. I just I was super, super impressed there, Armored Wolf. I never in a bazillion years would have expected that. So, yay for us, I guess, Camda. I guess that's a big yay for all of us. Again, was not expecting that by any stretch of the imagination. Let me just get this going here. There we go. I was massively, massively shocked by that. That was not what I was thinking was going to happen. Of course, now I was going to try to get some prints going on the stuff. It's just unfortunately we're in that stupid like super warm December stuff again, which means that the printing area is like in the mid 60s. So yeah, that's another reason why I wasn't really pushing too hard to get prints ready to go for that machine. Nah, fine. I'll just throw some more thinner on that. I don't care. Some of these are just paints from yesterday. didn't really get a chance to redo the palette entirely. So yeah, I'm gonna try to film it again. It might be a little bit. It won't be super. Well, I guess I hate to use the word polished or whatever, but it's more just like a hey guys, I found this out. I just wanted you to know as soon as possible. Now I'm kind of glad I am doing the two of these at the same time because now I can let this set and I can go to this one over here and we'll start putting some stuff on this here. So yeah, I tried actually two of the Lord of the Rings ones. One of them, I might have, oh, I think I actually printed both of them already, but I just wanted to have a chance to compare them, well, especially in the video, side by side. I'm gonna roll with this here. So yeah, I wanted to have a little bit of side by side comparison between the two. All right, let us do. In some ways, there's a little bit of similarities, I would say, between the surface of Venus and Mars as far as the topography goes. Everything else couldn't be more different. But as far as again the your geography and stuff goes, there's some similarities there. Maybe push this over here now. Also need one of my references here. So 1 second, give me a second to bring this up. I think I'll roll with this one. Okay, where are you hiding? Let's see, we don't need our Gandalf reference. We need this one right here, okay? So again, but we'll see what happens with this Camda. Again, no idea what it really means long term. What it could mean is that I have to redo every single file. Um, it's a little bit like the image to STL Camda. I mean, it kind of works a little bit like that, just well, far better. It looks like. There's not a lot of topography down there. Okay, so good to know. And again, we'll see how this works out. It's everything is brand new. That is something I just found out. It's like essentially I've had a grand total of about 35 minutes to test it out. The rest of it was just spent making the files into, getting the files into Chidu getting the printers back up and running. So the actual time that I was able to spend this, we're getting a lot of interesting little colors going on here for sure. Let me grab some of this now. Throw some of this on here again for some of our lighter planes. Little touch of that in there. A little more. Well, that was a bit more thinner than I was really looking for. Canada, haven't I said it? Like the pace of change, that used to be, say, every few months or something. And then we're talking about relatively big changes every few months. Well, kind of like the Paul Rubens stuff, right, Camda? Then it was, well, okay, now it's every few weeks. Then it was every week. Then it was, now it's like every hour. There's some shocking new thing. It's like, oh yeah, well, didn't know that was around. Let's do this brand new thing that we've never heard about before. I mean, it's all about those trains, right, Camda? There are trains and there are tracks. And you basically choose what it is you're going to be. It's all your choice. We know what our choices are, right, Camda? Gonna get me some of this, some of the more yellowish stuff going on in here. It is all about them trains. Let me get, again, we're going to try to, it's somewhat false color. It's nowhere near the kind of false color that you see in the usual images when you look up Venus as far as the topography goes. So yeah, I have no idea why it just now showed me that. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I've seen other stuff pop up when you open up the slicer, but I never saw this, and it literally looked like bas relief stuff. I think what it's typically meant for is for creating printable versions of your logo. I think that's probably the main whatever. Uh, I just got to make sure I try to redo as many of the files as I. Oh, and you also get free retries, Camda. Now, apparently, again, maybe because I have a bamboo printer or something like that, maybe I've got some kind of almost like GPT like membership to Maker Labs. Which, in that case, I wish I would have known that, I don't know, a year and a half ago, right, Camda? It would be like, oh, you didn't realize that you basically have this free membership to GPT or Grok or something like that. It's like, well, I wish I would have known that. That could have been helpful. Again, I'll take it. If it does what I think it can do, I'll take it for sure. So you can see there's a little bit of difference between some of our more tan type color. And again, we got some of the violet going in there as well. Because the when it handled when it handled the text, and also especially the all the filigree parts and the Celtic knotwork parts, we'll see if it does well on the actual figures themselves. Because that's the one thing I have no idea. It might not be so great on the figures, but I did it was one of Boltar for the whatchamacallit said that again. I'll try to do some of the Japanese themed ones. You actually have more controls over how deep you want this to be. You can also invert it too. You can have it inverted as well. Actually, Camda, I'm starting to think I might have just found a much easier way of doing those stupid bases for the 10mm stuff. Because if this works the way I think it does, it could, again, things might have just gotten a whole lot easier. But it would depend on how I make the images themselves. I have no idea, again, what impact that would. Let's see. Okay, I don't want to get too light here. We're starting to get a little. No, there actually is a bit of light there. And again, all this stuff, you can see it's just kind of mixing on the fly here. Camden, if you wanted to share any stuff in the chat, we got folks that are watching there. If you want to share things there. And again, thanks to everybody that hang out in the special stream last night. It's hard to believe that there's already 13 of those 13 of our Lord of the Rings gummies that are now already. Let's see, that's up here. This is going to be, ironically enough, Guinevere Planitia right here. We're also going to be learning a little bit about the surface here of Venus, aside from the fact that, sulfuric acid, rain, and 900-degree temperatures, 400-mile-an-hour winds, atmospheric pressure, like you were basically standing at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Minor details, right, Camda? Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Ah, that's good. Now, Camda, I keep seeing things like apparently you can test your scenes now as if you're live, but you're not actually live. I could swear maybe I got an email or something or whatever it was. I don't know. But you might now in slobs be able to actually kind of do the test that you really need to do instead of just like the false tests when you're not live, and then you go live and you're like, well, that really doesn't actually work. Okay, let me see. So we got, okay, where's our, okay, this is our Guinevere planitia. I'm gonna make that lighter even here. Now we're gonna, well, that means we're gonna have to darken up this for the Gula Mons, and now we have Lashmi Planum and the Maxwell Mountains up here. So Guinevere, Goulamons, the Maxwell Mountains up here, and then our big old lake down here. We have Ladgatera down here. We're gonna lighten this up then, like that. And let's see. Okay, if this is Guinevere Plania, we have Atlanta. Okay, this is Atlantia Planitia over here. Right there. Now, with Ceres, we shall take some of you and some of you. Okay, that was more thinner than we were looking for, but we're just going to roll with it anyhow. And we start to rough up this surface a bit here. Obviously, much smaller than Venus. So Ceres and Vestal, two of the largest, well, non-planetary objects in your solar system there. There we go. More of our bluish color. Again, letting that all just mix together like we do. This is ironically enough our cobalt, our not radiant, not cobalt. I just thought since the crust is basically 90% ice, that would be kind of an appropriate thing to use here for Ceres. So again, everybody check out that link that Camda just posted. Give Camda Paints a follow because Camda is about to get that streaming stuff going again. And Camda also streams the oil paints. And yep, that is what we're working with. Here is the oil paints. Now we got that nice and roughed up, I think. How's about, I actually might actually throw out a little bit more of our not radiant, not cobalt, it's like there's so many knots in that name. It's kind of hard to just say it. Now we got something going on here, I think. There we are. Gonna try. This is where I was sanding it, so I want to get a little bit of thicker paint right there, just to kind of fill in some of the graininess. I did try to sand it down as best as I could. We don't want this to have kind of the same, like mare, like the moon does. No mare on Ceres. Alright. Touch it thinner, maybe. Touch it thinner. Canada, that sounds like a fantastic idea. Um, it should be again because you're trying to monitor everything else, right, Camden? You want to be able to just be able to kind of stop and look at what's just happening in the stream instead of really going whole hog on some freehand or object source light miniature or something like that, right? So that is very good idea. I was gonna try and do a color theory and oils vid with color charts and all that, but well, discoveries happened, Camda, so that changed what we're going to do. Again, I'm going to see if I can't maybe just with these new discoveries do a quick video after the stream here somehow. Might not be a very long one, but I just thought, get this info out there. That's going to have to set now. You can see this already does not look quite as not quite so shiny. Well, Camda, again, if you just visualize the audience naked, the only problem that might happen is that you go blind or something like that. That could happen, but it would only be temporary. So the stream wouldn't be too negatively impacted. Probably not. Let me get this out here again. Guinevere, Planitia, we are going to go lighter with this. That's one way to take care of nerves. Now again, the blindness aspect of it could be a little bit of an impediment on the stream, at least for a while. Let me do this here. And this here. Actually, all kidding aside, there, Camden. Now I know that's just extra time, and it's not really something that you do. But if at any point you ever wanted to film videos, even if they're little short tutorials or something like that, that kind of you get so used to just doing stuff in front of the camera that it's like I'm just doing whatever. It's no big deal. So that could maybe again, if that is something that I just want to get that kind of well and truly grip on that. Maybe just doing some videos that and they don't necessarily have to even go up on YouTube or anything. At least not right away. Now we're going to use this here, big old soft. It's one of those Royal Langnickel brushes right here. Just going to use this to start pushing around some of our paint here. Also taking away, see how that's getting lighter there? It's taking away some of that excess paint there. Like this. So we've already got a lot of nice, so again, we got that kind of almost like a violet there. We got this reddish brown happening up here. Camja, even if it's just something like you're saying there, just like even it doesn't even have to be a beginner's guide. It could just be a beginner's path or beginner's journey in oils or something like that. Just even if it's kind of showing like you again your I don't know what would you say how you experience the learning process. That could actually that could help people a lot there, Camda, because they would see what you're doing and they'd say, okay, well, I ran into that too early on. I shouldn't feel like, I was doing something wrong because it seems like it's something that happens to everybody that's just starting out or is earlier in the journey. So something like that, Camda, actually it could be a little bit of a confidence booster for folks because they just see that they kind of go, okay, yeah, this is not necessarily a direct trajectory straight up there. If that makes any sense, Camda. Yeah, it could be a very handy little extra tool or a little, again, something for people to be able to see. Now, I'm going to extend this. So that's Tellus Tessera. Let's see. So we got, this is our Guinevere planitia here. I even use a softer one there. And then Atlantia planitia. And then over here, okay, this is it. That's Tellus Tessera. And change that to more of a reddish color there. And of course, Camda, since well, needless to say, the focus here seems to be on all the new discoveries. Um, your your stuff there could be a place where they could maybe take a little, like a little breather, a little rest from the constant discoveries there, Camda, if that makes any sense too. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. That's straight up not radiant violet right in there. How's about we welcome in the Zhang? How you doing there, Zhang? Merry Christmas and all that good stuff. So Zhang, we're actually doing two different ornaments here. We are doing, well, let's orient it the way they are on our little photos down in the corner. So we got Venus here, we have Ceres here. So you can see we're doing Ceres over there and Venus over there. Last Monday, we did Mercury right here. So very fun. It's part of our little series of ornaments. Hey there, Aaron. How you doing? Let's see. A couple of weeks ago, we did these on a flat Thursday. 3 weeks ago, these were our very first ornaments of the season right here. It's a very Corsair Christmas there, Zhang. Everybody please give the Zhang a follow. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow, and also Arid Canwife. So Arid, why don't you share your Pinterest link in the chat there? Last Thursday we did these. So this is actually the Christmas Tree Nebula. Such a thing exists. We turned it into the Party Tree Nebula here for for this. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared. So Zhang, it's, oh my gosh, it has been absolutely crazy here. I don't know if you've seen some of the new figures that we've sculpted. And actually, well, here we go. This is actually printing out an FDM right now. That's the other thing why we're a little bit later in the stream. I wanted to make sure this is going because the idea is integrated plinth. And this hopefully is easier to print out in FDM. We'll find out when the print is actually done. Now look at these, Camda. We have been painting these on stream. We've done 13 of these already. Look at this. So these are the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. I don't know if you remember these, Zhang, but I basically redid all of them. And let's see. Here's some of the ones we were painting last night. So there's Frodo, and there's Sam. So again, these are some of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears right here. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared. We have Boromir and we have Gandalf over here. So again, these are Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Oh, look at this. Yeah. Here's so this is Galadriel with the Vial of Galadriel, and then you have Radagast the Brown. Look at that; it even has a little Sebastian there. Well, thanks again for the raid there. Thank you so much. And of course, well, we have Eomer and we have Aragorn as Strider. And then we have a large version of this too. We printed out this one. This is another one of our new Eowyn figures that we made there. Oh, this one's is extra crazy here. You got look at, there's Alerts as a gummy bear. Yeah, that's Alerts as a gummy bear. So again, what we're about to do, we're going to start to lay in more of the topography here. You can kind of see, again, from our pictures over there, we've been trying to lay down some of the broader features here. So you've got, this is a Guinevere planitia right here. We have Atlantia planitia over here. We have Tellus tessera over here. And of course, Lodgatera down here. So now we're going to start maybe doing some of our more of the mountainous type things and also some of the craters and such. Thanks so much, Dragon Reach. Appreciate that. Oh, actually, here's some of our other ornaments that we've done. This is no moon. This is the Death Star moon. So that's Mimas right there. That's one that we did last year. So you can basically get that Ceres is going to look an awful lot like Mimas right there. Very similar objects. Now, of course, here, we've done Jupiter several times on stream, but since then we have added. So there's Io and Europa. This is Callisto and Ganymede here. These are two of the largest moons in the solar system right here. So that's Callisto and Ganymede there. Yeah, Zhang, well, you've got Sting and Glamdring and all that kind of good stuff. And, of course, the File of Galadriel. We forgot about Theoden there. And, again, made these myself. I was the original ones, right, were more like this. So this was before I kind of knew, had found some of these new discoveries. So these were the original ones here. And now there's a ton more designs. I've literally got something like 30 designs there, Zhang. It's insane. It is absolutely bonkers. And again, Zhang, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Now we're going to try and start working in again some of our darker stuff here. So let me see. Is this Aphrodite Planitia? Okay. That's a Guinevere Planitia. We need Beta Origio here. So again, we're trying to work in some of our darker stuff. So here's Phoebe, Reggio, a little bit more of a reddish brown here. Yeah. See a little bit more on that reddish brown there. We circle around. Now we have Alta Reggio. We also have some river valleys. We have some craters, some rough terrain here. And then it moves around to Thetis Reggio. All this stuff very kind of equatorial here. And we've been talking early in the stream how this is kind of similar in some of the way to at least topography-wise, to Mars. Because again, with Mars, you have the Tharsis range, which is kind of what you've got here. You have this kind of a range. So let's see. We also have the Maxwell Mountains up here. We got to get those too. And then right here, where you've got this Rift Valley, you have kind of a similar thing going on right over here. Guess what? Around all of these craters right here. Now, of course, we do lots of things here. We also do our 1/1800 scale ships, our Battlestar Galactica stuff, and I think, oh gee whiz, actually, there's been a new development today in our flats. So again, we've painted tons and tons of these, but now we're able to take these flats, which normally were really flat, and now we're able to make them more like a bas relief. So these are some more things just made against some new discoveries today. Everybody check out, again, give Zhang a follow if you could. And of course, Zhang, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Zhang, I guess, I've been asking people, are you going to be able to kind of do your normal streams during, say, Christmas there? I won't be streaming Christmas Day, that's for sure, because I'm not going to be here, so that makes it difficult. Where's Maxwell? Color here for our Maxwell Mountains up here. So we got Atlantia Planitia. Actually, no, wait a minute. That's Atlantia Planitia. We need that going over here. So if that is Guinevere Planitia, yeah, they go up here. We have Lakshmi Planum here and Maxwell Mountains over there. Not a whole lot of craters. There are some craters, but there's not a lot of craters here for obvious reasons. There's a lot of weathering that happens on the surface. I mean, when the surface is about 900 and some odd degrees, and your atmosphere basically made of sulfuric acid, the wind is 400 plus miles an hour, And the atmospheric pressure is like you're standing on the bottom of the ocean. Well, that's gonna modify your landscape a bit. Well, that's fantastic there. That's fantastic there, Zhang. And again, appreciate the raid. I know that you probably have to run and, well, do Christmas stuff. So now, again, see we got the different colors here. You've got that, again, a little bit of violet right there. We got kind of a reddish brown. Check out the bestest of all planets, right? So it's a little bit, in some ways, like our Pluto right here. And you can see we have all this very complex regolith over here, mostly obviously ice and rifts there in the ice. Here, a little different story. And obviously not quite like our cue ball here, like Europa, where it's just all of these cracks and fissures everywhere. You might, well, you don't need a tanning bed here, Zhang. You would think in a planet covered by clouds you would need a tanning bed, but you get a tan just a little different way. Here on Venus, it seems it's a little different process for the tanning booth here. Now, of course, that acid, you might want to bring some conditioner for your hair, Zhang, with all the acid and everything. You might want to bring some conditioner for your hair. That might have a negative impact on what your hairstyle is looking like there. Might want to bring a little bit of protective gear. Okay, we're going to brighten up a few things here. Now we're going to start to try and work in. Yeah, better just get some of the paint out of that brush. We're using our alkyd oils here. The Paul Rubens stuff and the Winsor Newton Griffin alkyd. So focusing on these because we need these to dry faster just in case, again, we need a few emergency Christmas presents along the way. So Dragon Reach, how are you doing? Great to see you again. I hope that you are doing well. I'm going to roll with this here. And of course, everybody again, please give Air to Camwave a follow. All right. Artemis Corona. Go. Okay, so we're going to here. Artemis Corona. Way over here. There we go. Okay. Artemis Corona. And now we're going to start to work in. Again, this is, it's not quite a Rift Valley in the same way, say, that Mariner Valley is. But you can tell it's kind of a similar thing. That's going to come up and over here. Let's see, Beta Regio. It comes right up into that. And again, Logda Terra down there. Oh, geez, Dragon Reach. Well, Dragon Reach, I guess. Are there certain other things that you're maybe able now to try or do or something like that? With the change in the work status there? So again, you can see we're oh, maybe we can zoom back in again. One sec here. I zoomed out so we could see some of that other stuff. So Zhang, see this thing over here? It's a new little filter in GPT, and after doing that, now unfortunately, Camda, I didn't get a chance to check out any Etsy creators because of the new discovery, that shocking new discovery today. And boy, I really can't wait, Camda, to see what the heck those things look like. Sorry about that, Dragon Reach. But like you said, you all the Boy Scout motto, right, Dragon Reach? Be prepared. I'm glad that you were prepared, though. I mean, you can't really be completely prepared because you still have to be working, right, and doing other things. But I'm glad that you kind of your spidey sense was tingling, right, right? Dragon Reach, the Spidey sense said, you know what? Maybe we kind of get ready and just in case. So sorry about that there, Dragon Reach. So yeah, you can see we're starting to rough up the surface here a little bit. And then so again, you can kind of see some of the similarities again to Mariner Valley. But the reason this is there are no tectonic plates on Mars. This is kind of the reason why Australia is sometimes called the dead continent, because there is no, all those silicates just stay there. They never go anywhere. They're never subsumed, right, by another tectonic plate. Here it's basically you have all of these volcanoes right here, and essentially this side of the planet just kind of keeps expanding, and that's why they call this a rift valley. It's kind of like a dried orange that the skin just cracks, and that's really what that mostly is. So essentially, the pressure keeps building there because there are no tectonic plates. And again, Australia has no tectonic activity. Now, obviously, the downside to tectonic activity, uh, Armored Wolf is saying, hold my beer. Uh, how many earthquakes have you had this year, Armored Wolf up there? And then, of course, the volcano, which they're still monitoring that volcano, right, Armored Wolf? I haven't heard anything about it, but I would imagine it's still kind of being mischievous there. So again, so we're trying to build in some of these. Now we're going to try and maybe get some craterage in here as well. And maybe use you. We're going to use some of this. We're going to use some of this. And we're going to... Okay, so let's orient ourselves again. So Beta Regio here. I'm going to get some of these. Maybe a little bit thinner here. So that's kind of relieved a little bit of the pressure there. Taking this here and blending brush again to literally remove some of the paint there. Push it this way. We've got Alto Reggio here. We need this. Starting to work this in here. And now we're down to some of our craterages. So this is going to be, again, I think we're going to move. Yep, we need to move Artemis Corona down a little bit. Yeah, not a whole lot of large craters here because, well, I mean, even just reaching the surface, it is not easy for stuff to reach the surface here at all. So again, sorry about that Dragon Reach. I mean, it's like I say, even when you're kind of gearing up for that, right, or preparing for that, or whatever, then it happens, and it still has to be a little bit of a shock, right? But here's hoping next phase up is going to be even better, and hopefully way less, way more stress-free, right? So see you later there, Zhang. Again, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that, and of course, Merry Christmas. All the good stuff's there. Now, Happy New Year, Zhang. If I don't see you before then. So thanks very much. And again, everybody, please give Zhang a follow if you could. I'm sure you probably already are, but you know what? Just double check, because sometimes Twitch is twitchy, right, Arid? And also, again, please give Aridicanwife a follow. Do that. Now here for Ganymede, it's going to be a lot of this. So what we did there, it's going to be a lot of that here. We're just kind of waiting for that to set, that paint over there to set just a little bit here. Well, Dragon Reach. Now, Dragon Reach, have you ever been tempted? And again, this is kind of a multi-layered question there. Have you ever been tempted to, I don't know, what Tinker Cat or something, maybe Cam, to make your own Lego kits? Like, as in make your own Lego pieces. I mean, if I knew more about Legos, I would be very, very tempted. Knowing what I know now about some of the things I'm doing, I would be kind of tempted to maybe craft a few Lego kits or something like that. Again, I don't know anything about Legos, and it would take years and years and years to learn what I would need to know. I know that Kathy's brother Mike, he would be able to do that. He kind of has multiple layers of know-how, and he's a super expert when it comes to bricks, so he would know how to do that. Yeah, Arid, that was like some kind of Mongol raid or something, right, Arid, where they basically just put everybody's head on pikes, and that was the end of almost everybody there. That was pretty crazy. I forget when that happened. So that was only earlier this year. Geez, Arid, I was wondering if that was this time last year. I mean, it was, and I mean, it's like you thought, okay, there's gonna be some, and the next thing you know, it's like everybody's gone. I mean, it was just, it started out like, okay, this could get weird, and then you're just like, whoa, what is going on here? It just got extra nuts. Hey there, Valfira. So sorry, this is a little bit later, Valfira. I think I sent you a message about the gigantic, well, potentially massive discovery. I mean, this could change a bunch of stuff, Valfira. Oh, this could be very, very different. Because not just for the flats, but remember the bases we want to make? Well, the movement stands for all of the 10 millimeter stuff. This might be a way easier way, a far more controlled way of doing this, Valfira. And I wasn't joking about the frames. You literally can choose frames. And again, if you Maker Labs, just do a little Google search on Maker Labs. So again, we're putting down again more and more of our regolith here. Starting out with the lighter stuff, then we will work towards the darker stuff. So you can see here, like what we did on our craters there, right? I'm just kind of drawing them out here, basically. I'm literally just drawing out where we want our craterage to be. Dragon Reach, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead. I did some test prints, Valfira. Unfortunately, there was not enough time to get them off of the printer before the stream. That was again, that's one of the reasons why I'm later, because I was trying to kind of wait that out. Now, I'm going to do here is I'm going to put some of this here at Log de Terra. This again is some of our violet here. Yeah, we're going to have some of that violet down here at Log de Terra. And also some of that up here was Atlanta Planitia. There we go. So generally, when you see topographical maps of Venus, you see this, right? It's all just orange or orangey browns. Trying to do something a little bit more true color, not quite as false color as that. I remember Velfira, because I'm like Maker Labs. That sounds super familiar, but Velfira, it was like hidden. So imagine Velfira, you open up your slicer, I don't know, 100 times, And one out of those 100 times, you see down in the corner. I mean, it was almost hidden, Valfera. It was almost, there was no way to see it. I just happened to look down there and I went, what in the world is this? And I actually, Valfera, I was this close to not clicking on it because they're obviously kind of short on time, right? I was not going to click on that. And I thought, well, it's probably nothing. Oh, it ain't nothing. Now, at first, Valfera, it wasn't terribly successful. I tried one of the Japanese flats, and again, I just didn't know how it worked. Once I had a chance to kind of do a few different things with it, I went, wait a second. So again, we're using a blending brush here. We're just kind of taking some of this down here. You can see we're taking out some of those. Now we're going to try to put in some darker things here. And again, I wasn't looking for this. I wasn't searching this out or anything like that. It's just like, oh, what's this thing? And there it was. I don't know. Is that too much thinner or is it not enough? Oh, it turned out to be not enough thinner. Okay. All right, we can figure this out. Now we'll put some of this through here. Like so. So again, that starts to kind of form a little more of our surface features here. Also here, start getting some more, again, of our craters there. So hopefully had some fun with the family stuff going on there, Valfera. Where's our Maxwell Mons? Up here. Like so. Yeah, Valfera was really, let's see, okay, that's Thetis, where's Alti? Okay, there's Alta Regio there. I was really trying yesterday to get that to be about 9:35, and it was right around, I think it was 9:36 or something, technically when I started. Where's Beta Regio? There it is. Like this. Like so. So, and again, programming note, Christmas Day not going to be a stream. No idea what the Friday stream will be, except well, we might have Flat Friday. Depending on, how these flats turn out, we could potentially have a Flat Friday. Obviously, I want to keep going with the Lord of the Rings gummies. Because, well, we painted 13. You think, wow, that's a lot of them. It's like, well, actually, there's just as many that are actually, there's more that are unpainted still than are painted. And now with the meshy credits, right, Valfera, we can create the rest of them. So you can kind of see now, right? This is really starting to emerge here. Now, Valfera, boy, I really loved Play-Doh when I was a kid. I kind of preferred the modeling clay more because I could use that to make all my miniature ships out of. Huge surprise, right, Valfera? And I'm not joking when I say that those little ships that I made were virtually the same size as those 1800 scale ships. Actually, Velferret, now I'm kind of tempted to almost film a video of me with modeling clay just sculpting a physical 1/1800 scale ship just for the heck of it. Now again, here we're able to put in some more features here. Again, not a ton of craters, but some. We'll see, Valfera, if the 49ers offense is that good or if the Colts defense is just that bad. Now, usually it's a combination of both things. It's usually not just one thing. Of course, I don't know, Valfair. It's going to be apparently stupid warm here on Christmas. I don't know if it's also going to be stupid warm there on Christmas. I was hoping for a traditional Christmas since it was looking like we were having a normal winter. Blending brush of some kind. I'll just use you again. Again, all we're doing is doing this little tap, tap, tap stuff here. We're not doing this. All that's going to do is smear everything. We're looking to just, again, take the edge off of some of these things right here. That's all we're doing. Okay, well, yeah, it's not going to be in the 70s here. So I guess it's just going to be one of those stupid warm things going on here. Let me get some thinner sitting on those. So Dragon Reach says it's going to be 80 over there. That is, wow, yeah. Now again, when I say stupid warm, I'm talking about 51 here. I mean, to me, 41 on Christmas is stupid warm. This is like insanely warm. But 80s on Christmas, well, that's like surface of Venus warm right there. Yeah, that's like Christmas time on Venus. You sure you don't have any kind of sulfuric acid rain there, Dragon Reach? Because it sounds like there might be. If you feel the barometric pressure drop, that's because, yeah, well, that's like you're standing at the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, that is absolutely nuts there, Valfira. As they might say, that ain't natural. I need a micro blender. Will this work? This might just work. Let me see if it will. Yeah, Dragon Reach, that was when I had to give a lot of folks advice about ice jams. Yeah, I had to teach a whole bunch of folks some quick lessons about ice jams. Because well, again, unless you're used to that, you have no idea what the heck those are, or how to look for those. Either way, what have? Oh, okay, all right. All right. Well, let's. Oh yeah, Texas now. The one thing I'm a little bit bummed about, Valfira, is that of course the second round of the playoffs, you're not. I was thinking that Indiana was going to be playing Alabama at home, but that's going to be one of the neutral site games there. I'm a little bit disappointed in that, Valfira, I have to say. I was kind of thinking, whoa, this could be very interesting here. But something tells me, Valfira, that I don't know. I just think that Alabama on a neutral site, I don't think Indiana's going to do so well, especially since they lost one of their key defensive players in the celebration. Yeah, he broke his leg or something like that. Let me get a little bit more light in some of these craters, these cratery things, Camda. We got cratery things. Push that here some more. Yeah, not too much with those. What do we got going on over here? Couple more. The smaller ones there. Valfira. Oh gosh. I was trying to remember which infamous visit it was with the glasses. Was that a Christmas visit there, Valfira? The incident with the glasses. I don't remember. I'm sure it's seared into your memory forever. Okay, come on, get that around here. There we are. So okay, that's that. They just when you said that, Velfair, that's sorry. That's all I could think of was the great glasses incident there. Work this up and around, more thinner. Fine. Work some again more of this through here. Might grab this here. Let's go with a little bit more of our darker stuff here. Ooh, that's. I know right now that is way too much thinner there. Jeez. Okay, yeah, there. That's better. That's better. And I was like, that is about 3 times as much thinner as I need on that brush. Yeah, Velfair, and we'll see if we can make ourselves. We'll see if we can make ourselves that mustard monster there. So we have Venus here. We're also gonna do Ceres. So Venus, we have a little topographical map over there on the lower left-hand side. We've got Ceres on the lower right-hand side. Bit more of our dark there. Working some of our darks in here. Again, quick little review of our main features here. So we have Guinevere Planitia over here. This is Altia Regio here, Thetis Regio over here, and then we've got our Ovda Regio here, Thetis Regio here. I'm going to actually take out that crater. So Valefair, that was something, I think I made it, it was one of our anniversary, it might have been for not our 20th anniversary, maybe our 15th, it was, so Chef Bobo, Valefair is one of the ugly dolls. He's one of my favorite ugly dolls, and I made the Chef's Bobo's big baking book, and I think I made about 5 pages of that the first time around. And basically, what I would do, Valfera, is add a couple of pages to it every year. And the one on the gummy bears, Valfera. So if you saw the one gummy bear page there. That was the newest page that I added to it. So again, that is Bobo's Big Baking Book, and obviously all made with the felt stuff there. Well, not felt. Was that the kind of foam? Yeah, more like the foam stuff. Now we're going to do even teenier cratorage here. Tinier ones. More of them down here. But it's funny. Just as I was about to say, oh, I've got all these meshy credits here, this other thing goes, oh, wait, check this out, huh? What about me? And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Now this is actually some of our red, some of the brown together here. And again, this is that's Thetis Regio. So here's Beta Regio. I make that darker still. Something like that. And 1 hour 6 minutes ago, there was nothing on either one of these planetoids here. Yes, they were completely paint free. Now, Velfira, I already went through one, and of course, one fell out of my hand and like went behind the table. So I might only have one other cough drop like over on here. I'll probably be grabbing that later. Well, when I go to refresh the medicine, right, Velfira? All right, where's Maxwell? Now that's up here. So we have Maxwell Mountains. And those kind of rise up from Ishtar, Planitia here. Like so. So yeah, Phil Farrell. Well, it was, we basically, this is technically our third stream in the last 24 hours. Hey there, Shrugs. How you doing? So Merry Christmas there, Shrugs. I hope that things are going very well. So Shrugs, yeah, here was, this is Mercury. We did this one last week. And this is one that I've always wanted to do. Again, I was kind of, at first I was thinking, well, I'll do the clouds, because the clouds are actually, I mean, they're sort of interesting when you, at least in the false color images and when it's like a high contrast sort of thing. So I was tempted to kind of do the cloud version of Venus, but I thought, well, let's do a little, just like we like to with Mars, kind of learn a little bit more about the surface that way. Boy, that Shrugs, that's pretty wild, because it's like, it's again, it's kind of stupid warm here. It's about 42 or something like that. And of course, where is our, well, here's one of the ones we did, and there it is. There is the Christmas Tree Nebula, and our, or as we call it, the Party Tree Nebula. And there's our Hobbit hole. It's a Hobbit Christmas. So yeah, Shrugs, we get, well, actually Shrugs, back in mid-November, this was right around Thanksgiving. It was kind of in the 60s, then the 70s, so I was actually doing garden stuff. Next thing I know, it was 24 degrees for 2 days, and there was about 2 inches of snow on top of the tomato plants and the pepper plants, which, huge surprise, put the kibosh on those. Yeah, that was the end of those guys. They were goners. However, Shrugs, we have the Christmas tomato plant, which is going strong. That's in the window. Uh, Actually, I have to hang some more ornaments on. I actually hung the first ornament on it last week or something. But we need to get more ornaments on the Christmas tomato plant. Of course, songs will be sung about the Christmas tomato plant for generations. Let me get some of this up in here. So toaster, all of these are just craft brushes. These are just various forms of craft brushes. I use nothing but the synthetic brushes. Same thing here with our filbert brushes. The only brush of any kind of expense at all is this right here. So this is, and depending when you try to get these on, say, Dick Blick or something like this could be as little as $4.80, something like that. So yeah, nice and inexpensive there. So yeah, toast. Let's see. Okay, where's the? Here we go. Yeah, these come from Hobby Lobby. These are number 8 rounds. Oh gosh, somewhere between $3 and $5 for a dozen of these, right, Armored Wolf? So yeah, toaster. These are just Hobby Lobby brushes, Royal Langnickel brushes. Oh, here we go. These are. There we go. That's a Royal Langnickel brush again. That is just a crafty style brush right there. And again, Shrugs, I don't know if you've seen all of the basically the sculpts that I've been making. So making a whole bunch of different sculpts here, and let's see. Here's again some more of those. Also the Eldritch Foundry stuff too. So yeah, this is the stuff I've been doing with the meshes. Then the Eldritch Foundry stuff, which would be these. I don't know if you saw the new Kathy figure there, Shrugs. But we made a new Kathy figure, new Wapelius figures, and then of course making our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Again, here's some of the ones that we were painting last night. Frodo and Sam right there. So I think now we will maybe set you off to the side to let you have a chance to set. Now we're going to get to Ceres. Let's take Ceres very seriously. Which of these are we going to use? We will start with you. We're going to take this. We're going to take that. Maybe some of the Payne's Gray. And it is time to start doing some serious craterage here. So Toaster Slayer gave up on the was that the sable type brushes a long time ago. Part of it was the price, the quality, the availability. All of those things were pretty much going in the tank. So I said, well, okay, not spending a bunch of money on those anymore. Especially when I found out that the synthetics last longer. They're going to be more consistent than say a sable brush. You're going to kind of get the same, at least the same quality of it each time. Unlike the sable brushes, which were just like, well, you get whatever. So yeah, Shrugs, we've got a ton of these here. We got a bunch, obviously. We did Jupiter. Is this Arda? Oh, no. This is, and of course, New Year's Eve, right? We'll be doing Planet Earth. Every New Year's Eve, we do that. Here is, well, there's our moon. Right there, you can see the Mares. This was one we did. This is actually Arda. See that? That's Mordor right there. Yeah, so that is Arda. And again, we did Jupiter. Of course, this is no moon. That's the Death Star moon. That is Mimas right there. And then, of course, we did all of the Galilean moons, Io and Europa. There's Io right there. Actually, we had a little fun with Neptune. last year. And of course, bestest of all planets. This is a pro Pluto channel right there. This is a pro Pluto channel. And of course, again, all of our flats here. Let me get this out. It's crazy, Valfira, that now I don't even have to make these frames anymore. Obviously, I'm still going to use them for these guys, but for the other ones, yeah, it actually makes its own frame. So this is the very first flat that we ever made, and then we've done dozens of designs for not just Middle Earth, but Trench Crusade, so Japanese themed flats, all kinds of fun stuff. And again, now it is all about craters, craters everywhere here. Craters everywhere. Like literally craters on top of craters on top of craters. Yes, Shrug. It's one of the more fun ones to paint because there's again lots of different colors. The terrain topography of it is really interesting. I mean, it has an atmosphere. It's which then freezes over for extended periods of time. So this is a bit of a Payne's gray mix over here, and you can see it's a kind of like what we did for Venus here, but again, not as many craters there because, well, with the atmosphere and a lot of the other things going on, also the volcanism there, it's well, it's going to have a bit of an effect on all the surface features. Don't do the Discord thing there, Shrugs, but if you check out the Instagram, you will see them there. They're also on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. The process of painting those. I think I just posted also. I think where's our first? Yeah, this was the first session of these guys. I think that's actually. Ooh, that might have been gone up like an hour ago, right? I think this one is already up. I could be wrong, but I think that one is already up. And again, we've been having a ton of fun with our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. And again, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, that is where you can watch all these things being made. Come on, there we go. And now, Shrugs, what's interesting is that I've made tons of them, but I don't actually have tons of them because I generally am using those as presents, which we'll be doing again this year. So I'm pretty sure that I was going to give Mimas to my brother-in-law and sister because they were big Star Wars fans back in the day, and just something about the Death Star moon, because they already have, I think, 2 or 3 of the ornaments hanging on their tree. So I think we're going to do that. And Shrugs, of course, if you wanted to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Now, while speaking of Discord, you have Discord link, Insta links, whatever. Hopefully, maybe if, again, for folks, they've had a chance to do some painting. And maybe over the holiday period, they'll get a chance to do a little bit more of that. So we're just kind of setting up some of this right here. Many of our craters as we can. We're also going to add some lighter stuff in here. Before we do the lighter portion, I think, of the craters there, we're going to do some other lighter stuff in these areas in between. And I might use this guy here. Let me take some of this and some of this. And that is going to go in here, and it's all gonna, of course, it's gonna be mixing along the way. It's essentially, again, these are, those cheap craft brushes here. And that is just, again, it's gonna mix along the way. That's what we want to see.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
We also want to thank our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much, Wookie Barber. Appreciate that. I guess we can do a. I like this. It's Gandalf the Grey. There's also a raid. Gotta go. How you doing there, Teals? Thank you so much for the raid, and thank you so much, Wookie Barber. I appreciate that. Teals dares to enter our domain. Now we're gonna lead this off with perhaps a little bit of a game of chance here again for Wookie Barber because he needs to get the big Gandalf. So that's okay. A decent roll, a safe roll for Wookie Barber. Of course, for Wookie Barber, we should break out some of our Star Wars figures right there. So how you doing there, Wookie? And thanks again for that follow. Yes, and of course, well, we were talking about the Death Star moon here. There it is. There's Mimas, the Death Star moon. And how you doing there, Teals? Great to see you there, AD. Everybody please get AD Creations and Teal Skyra follow. We are painting Christmas ornaments. This is Venus right here. Doing a topographical map of it, and then we're doing Ceres over here. So, like an hour and 21 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. 1 week ago, we did Mercury right here. So, had fun doing that. So, AAD, Teals, if you guys want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, Teals, well, look at some of these. We were painting I think the last 4 streams, or last 3 streams, we painted 4 of these each. These are the new Lord of the Rings gummy bears right here. Made these myself. Here's the other 2 that we painted. Where's our Gandalf? Here it is. So here's again 2 of the other ones that we painted on stream last night. Great to see you there, Doji. Teals, Doji, AD, if you guys want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Here's some more. These are some of the first ones that we painted up. So we got Grima, we have Saruman. We also have, I think this is Theoden here and Galadriel. Yep, there we go. Theoden and Galadriel. We've been painting these up all week long on our different streams. Of course, we've been having fun making all kinds of figures like this right here. Speaking of Instagram there, Shrugs, this is on the Instagram. So yeah, they are super. We got, again, here's some more. Look at this. So there's Lurtz. And that is Radagast the Brown, complete with little Sebastian over there. Yeah, so these have been super fun. I mean, we've done Aomir. Let's see, here's Aomir right here. So yeah, there's Aomir. Ride to Wrath and Ruin and the World's Ending. And of course, we've also been creating some of the. I actually got an FDM print going of this right now. We'll see how that works out. This bust is specifically kind of designed to print in FDM. So we'll see if that pans out the way I hope. Here's again some more of the miniatures that we've been working on here. Here it is. There's another Aowen that we did. We've done a large scale version of this one too. We're painting that in a little bit of a tutorial series right now. Oh, thanks, Doji. And again, Doji, wrong one. Why don't you share some of your oil painted stuff there in the chat? And again, AD, Teals, why don't you guys share some of your stuff in the chat there? Oh, same thing, Inganes. How you doing? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Guess what? Inganes also streams the oil painting. So yeah, Inganes, please go ahead and share your stuff in the chat there. Everybody, check out the Instagram link that Doji just shared. And again, everybody, please give Teals and AD a follow also. So again, we're just kind of trying to rough this surface up as much as possible because again, it's a much smaller, kind of again like like Mimas here. Now, on our other more icy worlds here, like say Ganymede and Callisto, there they are. So craters not quite as big, right? Because these are much larger. These are like the two biggest moons in the system, pretty much, right here. So again, that's Ganymede and Callisto. Everybody, check out the Instagram link that Enganes just shared. And again, Merry Christmas to everybody out there. Oh, speaking of Christmas, yeah, here's again some of the ornaments that we have done. This was our latest batch of ornaments on Thursday. First one we did, of course, was a very Corsair Christmas. Very Corsair Christmas, spreading joy to all the good little boys in Umbar. And again, we did more of our Spacescape style ornaments here. Because, not enough of those. You can't have too many ornaments, right? Thanks, Doji. That was a really fun one to do for sure. Now let me get a little more thinner on that brush. Again, we're just going to try and rough up the surface here. Then we'll do some of the lighter stuff on the craters. We're wandering on over to this side here. Again, we just need to rough this up as much as possible, then put the much lighter areas in on our craters here. So have a good one there, Teals. Again, appreciate the raid. Everybody, please give Tealscar a follow. Check out the Insta link
Hello,
that
little
Teals
hobbit.
just
Spark
posted.
my gun
Thank
just.
you so much, Alaskan Moss. Appreciate that. So again, I do appreciate that you're painting a gray moon. It's not just gray, I'm going to say this is my moon. It's Gandalf the Gray's moon. Yeah, I like that. I'm not sure he's going to be able to grow any pipeweed there. Let's see what happens for Alaskan Moss. Oh, look at that. It's another 3. You put them together, then you actually get a big Gandalf 6. So thank you so much, Alaskan Moss. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for the follow. Let me get some of this lighter stuff going here. This can't be too light because otherwise the lighter side in our crater is not really going to do a whole bunch. Again, we're working with the oil paints here. That is why you're seeing this mixed together very nicely. Again, we're working on 2 planets here. So we got Venus. Right, we're going to be knocking down the edges of some of these craters here, but we're letting that set while we work on this one. And then we're going to put this one aside too at a certain point and go back to Venus over there. We are getting a little bit of thinner on that brush there so we can move this around easily. There we go. Move that around nice and easy. Then we'll take our blending brush to all this, knock some of this down, and then we're going to put in some of the lighter edges on the crater like we were just talking about. Just using our craft brushes right here. Again, trying to rough up this surface as much as possible. And then eventually we'll get to smaller and smaller and smaller craters. So it's going to be sort of like a bluish gray version of what we got on Mimas. You can see there's really some tiny little craters, but right here, see all this rougher stuff we got there? That's what we're trying to do right here, just kind of setting that up. And we'll get with the oil paints. Best to let the oils do the work for you. Instead of having to work quite so hard, you just say, you know what, okay, oil paints here. You just do all this hard stuff here. I'll just slap some paint on there. You do all the blending. You do all that stuff. Why should I have to do it all? Hashtag no layers. Now we'll set you aside. Swing on back to Venus here. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Nice to see you. So, Yeah, Sea Drag. I don't know if it's gonna get as we've been talking about how stupid warm it is already. I think it was in the 40s today. That is just no bueno for December, right, Sea Dragon? Now, of course, I'm talking about stupid warm, 50 degrees. Some other folks are saying, yeah, well, hold my beer. It's going to be 80 degrees here. It's like that is absolutely bonkers, right, Sea Dragon, for Christmas or any day in December for that matter. Actually, I don't want to be seeing temperatures like that in June, much less December. Doji, you just have to give him the Elron talk. So Candace says that it's about 80, somewhere between 89 and 92, maybe up there, or down there, I should say. Veofira, people really don't know what to do. It's just like, because it's not one of those things where they're 8-8, and maybe if a few things fall their way, right? It's more like, yeah, they're 11-4, and they're like, yeah, we're looking for that number one seed, right, Grand Oracle? Thanks, Grand Oracle. And Grand Oracle, all of the thing is off. The slow mode is all gone. Oh, did you need the autocorrect monster there, Sea Dragon? Who knew that the autocorrect monster was an interstellar being, right? Right, Sea Dragon? The autocorrect monster strikes when least expected. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you, I think I might have sent you the message about that massive discovery. This potentially changes everything, Grand Oracle. And by everything, so remember we're trying to do this in Meshi, and while it did do some interesting things with this as opposed to, say, image to STL, we might just have like a hybrid in between these two. One that also makes frames, Grand Oracle. It actually makes frames. Okay, so we've got, again, this is Venus right here, and this is, I almost said Ganymede right there. No, this is Ceres right here. And of course, now with some of the stuff, now that I have my credits here, we can also try to create a bust of the autocorrect monster. So if your post is unjustly modified, and that never happens, right, Camda or Velfair? It just never actually happens. You can also expose him to the light of day because you can see he likes to lurk in the dark corners. Let's see. So I wasn't too far off then, Camda, somewhere around 90 degrees. Okay, glad I wasn't too far off. Yeah, Iridican Wife has been struck by the autocorrect monster multiple times. So Grand Oracle, I just opened up the slicer because I wanted to do the Galadriel test with the busts on the bamboo, which is going right now. It's probably going to be done after the stream. I'm gonna go check on that print in a little bit here, probably about a half an hour ish or so. Want to go refresh the medicine and such. Okay, now we can work our way over to this one here. Yeah, Camden, I figured it had to be right around that kind of temperature there. So again, we're just doing this, and all we're doing is this little tap, tap, tap stuff right here. And you can see it's not wiping out what's there, but it is sort of taking it away. See, it's taking away the extra paint there. And that's kind of giving it the illusion or delusion that it is more blended or softer. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I went, what the heck is this? And it wasn't like right there. It was towards the bottom. And I went, what? Wait a minute, what is this thing? And I'm pretty sure, like I said earlier, the main intention of it is for making like 3D versions of, say, a logo, like a basically a beveled whatever version of a logo. And I thought, wait a minute, there's just so many controls on it. Grandor, I was shocked. I'm actually going to try and basically do an emergency video about that and some of the other stuff that I've learned just like literally in the last 24 hours. So you can see that's kind of, again, creating a little bit of a rougher surface here. But what it hasn't done is hasn't wiped out the main craters there. Now what we're going to do that we've done that, we shall take a much thinner version of this here. Thinner, thinner, thinner. Break this down. So yeah, okay. So Sea Dragon, maybe not super different. Probably a little bit, 5 to 10 degrees less than what we'll have here, but not a huge surprise. Yeah, I was definitely hoping for the usual. Okay, it's going to be maybe 10 degrees at night, maybe mid 20s during the day. That's what I was hoping for. That is not what I'm going to get. So you can see now, right, these craters, now they really start to take shape. And it will also be doing some blending brush on these. Something a little bit like this here. Look at that. There we go. And again, we can do that with these crafty style brushes here. We're going to put in tons and tons of craters. Because again, this is a very, very, very comparatively small. It's one of the largest. Well, it's one of the largest inner belt objects there that is not a planet. Again, we'll take away the edge of that a little bit there. So you can see we got ourselves a couple of craters going. We got lots and lots and lots of this that we're going to do. And then, of course, the much smaller ones as well. It's all science right here, right, Camda? It's all science. And these are just, basically, they're like ping pong balls. They are, and you can kind of see here, and they sound just like ping pong balls, because that's essentially what they are, is giant ping pong balls. Makes them a whole lot less fragile, right, Grand Oracle? So, Grand Oracle, there's not just, I think, 8 different frame styles or designs. You can tell it, okay, I want it to be this wide, or I want it to be this thick. And that's just, I only had, 35 minutes to look at it. I can only imagine what I'm going to find when I really have a chance to mess around with it. I basically worked with it just long enough to create 4 files. Now, there is still the thing where any kind of lettering, it can get a little bit jinky with that, which is a huge surprise, right, Camda, that it gets jinky with any kind of spelling or lettering. But the fact that it can take our designs and turn those into, well, essentially more genuine flats, that's pretty amazing. Now, we've done a whole bunch of Pluto tributes already, right, Valferic? Because this is a pro-Pluto stream. We've had Pluto out here at least about 4 times or so. We'll still be plainting. There is no autocorrect monster for the spoken word, though. We need one of those. We will still be working on ornaments after Christmas because, well, ornaments. Since I'm going to be probably, who knows, Velfair, I might have to paint another one this Christmas season because I might be using our current one as a Christmas present. So there might just be another one being painted. I think we've done at least two of them so far. So again, you can see how our craters start to emerge here. Now again, the autocorrect monster bust that we're talking about. Just to now again, take kind of a close look at him when he pops up on screen, and you'll see he's got that keyboard, right? Well, the idea was that the keyboard here. So see, you got the keyboard there. Well, he's raised up a little bit, but the keyboard is kind of sitting on a bit of a table, and that's kind of where the bust ends, right? So it's you got his shoulders, his arms, his head, and then the keyboard, and that's the bust. Now, of course, I'm going to try to do that yet again with a new set of parameters using Meshy to create a new image. Because all that stuff that I worked on, right, Grand Oracle, is all useless. I find that out now that all of those orthographics I was doing are, who knows, maybe they'll be a good starting point, but they all have to be redone. And that will again be part of the next video. We'll do a film noir in a second there, Valfira. The Venus is actually, I mean, it's not exactly Io, right, with all the wild colors, but there's enough different colors on there that it should make a good, I think it's going to make a decent film noir. Actually, we should put this and Mimas together, Valfera. We should put this one and Mimas together for a little film noir to kind of show the different, basically, color temperatures of grays, right? Instead of just the, well, you'll see what dead gray looks like, right? When it's when it's the film noir, Valfera. Because that is, talk about a dead gray that has absolutely like nothing going on. So you can see we have much more going on with our craters there. Let's get to Venus here, and let's just point out, okay, we got like a bluish purple there, tans, kind of like a reddish brown there, back to the bluish colors up there, kind of more of a yellowish ochre color right here. So see you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. Here is a film noir. So now all of a sudden, that loses all of its impact. It doesn't look any different than Mercury. And oh, let's do this. Let us do. There we go. There we go. Okay, you say, yeah, these two. What's the difference between these two? Well, guess what? There's a big old difference. Look at that. Big. Again, you can see some of the kind of like violet gray colors there. Then you got some more of that reddish brown, and it looks very different from the moon, which is also very different from this. When we go back to a film noir, one might look a little darker than the other one. Otherwise, what's the difference, right? It is in the color, more of a bluish gray on the left-hand side and a warmer gray over here. Cooler gray, warmer gray, even though it is gray. So see you later, Doji. Have yourself a good one. So when you are mixing up grays for yourself, and please mix grays, don't, whatever you do, don't be buying gray paint. Oh my goodness. That is effectively a little, that's a monetary bonfire right there. So yeah, just take your hard-earned money, get your favorite fire starting device out and just light it on fire, because it's pretty much what is happening. Welcome back there, Carmen. How you doing? Nice to see you. Oh, gee whiz, that's right. The next, well, let's see, Boxing Day. I think maybe we'll still do some ornaments on Boxing Day, because that's it is That is the 26th, right, Camden? Is Boxing Day? At least I think it is. Could be wrong. Oh, God. I'm so, all kidding aside there, Camden. I'll never forget years ago. I believe it was Vallejo or something like that, and they were charging, and this is years ago, they were charging 50 or 60 bucks for a set of 10 gray colors. And they were literally just like, okay, they took some white, they took some black, and they mixed them together and said, yeah, yeah, here, give us 50, 60 bucks for that. So have a good one there, Velfira. Again, I will be shooting you some messages before Christmas there, for sure. But thanks for being here, as always, Velfira. Appreciate that. Mm, big old chunk of paint on there. Let's get rid of that. And we're gonna start to fill in a bunch more of our smaller craters here. And then we'll set this thing aside. We'll go back over to Venus there, but again, you can kind of see how this is starting to play out. Hey there, Chef. Great to see you. So, Chef, there's no slow mode on anymore or anything like that. So, should be good to rock and roll. Yeah, I'm not surprised, right, Vilfira? Just like saying, well, we did this. We don't need everybody's favorite terracotta anymore. We'll just replace that with something else. And then he wondered why there was such a reaction to that. So, Dragon Reach again, glad that you could join us again here. I know that the streams have been on at some late times there. Again, I apologize about that. It is just kind of how it is. I'm pretty sure it was about 9 something o'clock in the morning when I got to sleep today. And it's going to be certainly, oh geez, it might be more like 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's already the 20th. Oh yeah, it's going to be probably 10-ish, maybe 10:30 in the morning or so when I get to sleep, if I do, today. More of our thinner in there. So again, we get plenty of adhesion. And then we'll do the darker also side of our craters too. We're just, again, kind of figuring out where these go. And then we'll work our way back here and we'll get some of the lighter colors on here. But we needed to let this set. I think it's been about 30-ish minutes or so, maybe. I was just going to say that, boy, this will remind me of what it would have been like to be able to do this with the oils. But I actually now have done, well, we've done some new Sisters of Battle. Was that like Series 18 or 19 or something like that? Was Sisters of Battle. This was the very last 40k army that I ever did here. And this was for 2014. Yeah, 2014 Adepticon. That would be the Sisters of Battle. And that was basically I had a whole story made around them. It was super fun. Those miniatures are all massively converted. The vehicles massively converted as well. I mean, as you can see, some of these are 20, even then they were 20-year-old miniatures. There's a confrontation one in there with some Blood Angel wings. You got some, what was that, Victoria's miniatures in there, because obviously a Celtic theme going on. So you have that Exorcist vehicle that was just made with plastic card and such. And oh, look at this. Yeah, that's about 3 feet tall. There's about 5 pounds worth of batteries in the roof there because, well, that was 10 years ago, 11 years ago now. We didn't quite have the same selection of LED lights like we have now. And yes, those are stained glass windows. There are 40 of them, and they're not just like stained glass windows. They're actually custom made with some of the characters and stuff. I mean, huge surprise, right, Camden, that we would do something like that. Now these are the new. Oh, so Series 19. Series 19. That's on the Patreon page right there. I took the same color scheme, except this time I did them all with the oil paints because, well, reasons. And we did a couple of them on stream, but yeah, you can see the bases are the same. But again, able to utilize the oils to be able to create that much faster. So again, that is the Sisters of Battle Army 2014 back in the day. And I think I got one sitting over here that we can show you at once. I'm still scrolling here to get back. There we go. Well, we're still not there yet. Boy, I didn't realize just how far we have to scroll there to get to that stuff. We got one around here. So there it is. So there you go. That was those were the new ones that we did. So thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that. And again, those they were printed out on effectively this paper, not paper, this transparency that's used in the part in the T-shirt printing process. Because at that time, Kathy was working at a T-shirt company, and that's they said, hey, why don't you use this? Because you could probably print out your windows on this and then be able to stick them in the basically a foam building. So that's what the walls were made out of pink foam. Except that was the that's not insulation foam. That's actually uh, underlayment foam, typically put under floors. And again, the giant rose window has the basically the leader of the army at its center. So you can see we're really starting to get some of our smaller craters going here. And then again, we'll be putting our darker stuff on there too. But we need lots and lots and lots of craters here. And again, you sign up for the Patreon page. We are now Series 48. Yeah, we're on Series 48. So we're almost 30 army painting series past that. Series 49 is actually going to be 10 millimeter stuff. First time I've ever done any army painting series in 10 mil. Now, here, let me grab some of our darker stuff again, and let's start working the other way on some of this here. Let me get a little bit of that coal black, mix it with the Payne's gray. And now we'll start to build up our craters a little stronger here and there. And again, some of these have none of the darker stuff on them. What's that? That really changes everything here. Camda, I'm hoping that this new thing that I just discovered makes it easier than doing those in Meshi. Now, again, I was going to try and print out the test ones I made in Meshi until there was this discovery, and it's like, well, I only have the two printers, so they're occupied printing out something right now. I'm hoping maybe tomorrow I can print out again the first test ones there. So again, you can see this, right? And then we can take, here's something like this as a blending brush. We're just going to make sure we get as much of the paint out of that brush as we can. Look at this. So you can see what it was with the hard edge there. Look at this. Now here, watch this. Okay, here we go. I'm going to take this and we are going to smooth that down. So that compared to this, watch this. Same deal. Why should we have to work so hard when we can just do this? Again, got that hard edge right there. Not anymore. This is one of the reasons why the oils take less time because hashtag no layers, no layers needed. Look at that. Right? How long does that take? Again, both of these things, 1 hour 55 minutes ago, had no paint on them whatsoever. They were just a little bit of brush on primer. That's it. Now, Camda, the dicey thing is, the infantry in 10 millimeters. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if I'll be able to like have basically in the slicer or something like that position the miniatures on the essentially on the movement trays and then print out the movement trays with the figures on there. Something tells me I'm going to have to still print those separately. I'll see if there is a way to do that like what we talked about during that one stream. I don't know if that's going to be possible. And boy, Camda, when you think about it, think of just how much faster it is than it maybe was. Well, it was. It's certainly gotten faster with the Alkids, Camda, because of the paint setting faster. I mean, that has a. I mean, you've used them yourself. You know, there is a difference, right? With that paint setting faster, you can just move quicker from one thing to the next when that paint is going to set that much faster. Because if all of this was just a regular oil paints right there, we would have to probably be working on a third one here to be able to get back into things as quickly as we're doing on these two. So we would probably have to have a third one out here to essentially slow us down, if that makes any kind of sense. You leave those. We're going to grab here again, maybe this to use as a blending brush here. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I was kind of hoping that, well, maybe if we use, we wouldn't have to have any supports at all, but uh, we'll see just what kind of breakage there is. Let's put it this way: some of them, some of the poses, not going to use those. And of course, I was using the Diwali stuff, which is much more dainty. Like I said, what I'll probably use is the. Or no, I think I was using the Papal 3D stuff. Maybe no, I think I was using I was using the Diwali stuff. I have to use the Papal 3D files because those are just beefier, and I think that will do a little bit better at 10 mil Grand Oracle. Yeah, something tells me that's just a better plan at 10 mil. Now again, look at how we're just taking this down here. See how that again takes that edge off a little. And it's sort of pushing the paint and sculpting the paint the way we need it to go as well. And Ganes, I only yesterday, I think, might have seen, and by again by accident, I think I saw an email about that. Because obviously Diwali, they've been really pushing whatever their terrain Kickstarter is. I don't know if it's called Thornvale or something Vale or whatever Dale. So, what is it, Nganes? Now, actually, well, what is it? And actually, is it something that you're kind of excited about, or you're just kind of like, maybe? I have no idea what it is. I had no chance to look at it. I think only today saw sort of an email about it. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, it's probably an email alert from Patreon there. So Camda, yeah, we'll see again. We'll try those other again those Papal 3D sculpts and see if maybe there's a little bit of a difference there. And again, that they're just kind of a little bit beefier, like you saw with those Morgul Knights there. Diwali stuff has a tendency to be very fragile and very dainty. Printing goes on, can be that way too. Chiron, it's really neat now as opposed to, well, years ago, and not all that long ago, right, Chiron, where you just have to wait for the pictures to come in, and now you can just pretty much watch it live on the internet, right, Chiron? Oh, okay, so it's the critters, right? It's not, yeah. Actually, I think in Ganes I have printed out some of their lizard man stuff. It has a tendency to, well, it's a little jinky to print that stuff sometimes. It has a tendency to have some fails there. And I definitely never trust their supports. Yeah, I never trust the Lost Kingdom supports. Now, I kind of I dropped a bunch of the STL file folks. Essentially, I think all I have is just the Lord of the Rings ones now. I think Archvillain, all of those, just kind of drop those, and at a certain point, I might even start paring down some of the Lord of the Rings ones because, well, guess what? I might just be able to make my own miniatures now. And I'd say, okay, the heck with this. I'll just make my own. Also, too, I mean, we already have like 5 different Rohan armies, maybe 7. And again, we'll see what happens with this sculpt. I'm curious, uh, Camda, if the new way of doing stuff leads to a much better sculpt than what I was going to get, uh, even with the whatchamacallits that I had. Whoops, come on. There we go. And now we have reached the 2 hour mark here. So get in a few here. I'm just going to go refresh that medicine. More of our dark there. So boy, that's a whole lot of craters and not a whole lot of time, right? And we're gonna keep adding more and more and more here on our surface. I mean, it wasn't long ago. It was just a whole bunch of flat gray. So in Gane's, some of those critters there, like for some terrain stuff or whatever, instead of it all being like actual lizard men, could be pretty handy. But yeah, now that I can make my own STLs here, it really, Grand Oracle, I'm starting to think that I can focus on just making my own stuff here. More of that here. Again, more of the, just letting that brush do its thing there. Fades out some of that extra. Here we go. I'm going to do that here too. Nope. This one. This one here. Ah, there's a whole bunch of ones down here we haven't gotten yet. Alright, let's do these. So we'll do these. And then maybe, give this stuff a chance to set, like we've been talking about. Give this a chance to set. We have a whole bunch of stuff we can do yet on Venus there. And it has been fun kind of getting more reacquainted with some of the major features on Venus. Obviously, the ones on Mars, I can just draw those from memory. Don't even need any reference pictures for Mars. But again, Venus here, a little different story. Not quite as familiar with stuff. In Ganes, I think it was 2003 when they redid the Lizardman army back in the day. And, well, I had gotten this prize support in a Blood Bowl tournament. and I ended up getting the lizard, the old style Lizard Man army box. And again, a huge portion of the figures in there were metal. And that was the very first fantasy army there. And of course, St. Gunners, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, I know you shared it earlier, but if you want to share your stuff again in the chat there, please go ahead. I wasn't sure if you've already gone off to bed there, AD, but great to see you again. So AD, I'll have to show you what I've been talking about with this new discovery. Let's put it this way: the flats are going to look. I actually can basically make two different types of flats now. That's kind of comes down to that. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ngane's just shared. And again, everybody please give Ngane's a follow, because again, Ngane's also streams the oil painting. Well, looky here. Look what we got. We got ourselves a whole bunch of cratery things, right, Camda? We got lots of cratery things happening here. Do this. Yep, got some of the darker stuff up there. First, it was like we only had just a few little isolated craters, and now all of a sudden we got craters all over the place. Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to take this, and it just really kind of, look at this, we're kind of carving that paint there. We're pushing it around, moving it around. You could do this too. Again, this is oil painting right here. Kind of classic stuff here. Taking that paint, pushing it around with another beat up old craft brush. That's all it is. Moving this stuff around. And then we're going to hit this on the lighter side. So we got on Mimas here. You can see how we kind of did the lighter stuff on that side of the craters too. It's not just about only the darker edge. I'll be doing stuff with the light as well. Come on, there we go. There, look at that. Now again, we can also put some, of the much lighter stuff on this side. We're actually going to swing over to that lighter side. Some of these new craters that we've done. Paint is also a little bit thinner, and it's got some of that purplish blue in it as well. So again, here's some of our new ones that we've put in. Maybe a little more thinner, not too much. We don't want a pin line wash here. We're just there trying to get some of the lighter, and we're going to do some of this too. Yep, there's another one that needs the lighter portion of the crater there. Move some of these guys out of the way. We don't need those. It gets a little confusing. Let's get Mercury out of the way over there. Again, Mercury was a whole different set of colors. The crater's also a little bit smaller because, well, Mercury is larger. So yeah, that'll be super. Again, now Nganes, do you have a color scheme in mind and a basing scheme in mind? I wasn't sure. Obviously there's the jungle theme, but of course, kind of do you go Aztec type architecture, Mayan type architecture, or Incan? I think initially, like, was that the 5th edition Lizardmen were more of a Mayan type of thing, more rounded edges, and then when it came to the newer lizards, like again, the ones they started in 2003, that was more of an Aztec type of thing, more of a square type design. at least in comparison to what they were. So again, you can see we're putting all kinds of fun shapes now into our craters here. Again, we're just 2 hours and 10 minutes in. That is it. I mean, these are dozens of craters here. I mean, there's tons of these things we've done already. Plus all kinds of it here. Look at this. See, we can create that kind of like one of those twofers, 2 craters in one. Now you can see that that's already had a chance to set. Yeah, look at that. Can't do that when the paint is super wet and super fresh. Also, the alkyds really help with the paint setting faster. It makes it easier to come back and do this kind of stuff. We always kind of recommend maybe painting multiple figures at once. Now let me do this here. And look, even as you can see, there's a little bit of brown in that area there. We're still trying to get some color variety. We don't want it to just be bluish grays. We'll probably be working in a little bit of some of our more yellowish. Look at that. See another crater right in there. Just kind of going through the edges of that. And then here's some rougher terrain in there. Back up here. This over here. Like so. Yeah, this one too. There we are. Here. Oh, what do we got going on? We got that there. We are. Here. Ah, there, down there too. Yep. We've got more of these lighter ones to do all the way down here towards the pole. So before, they almost look like they had the same amount of craters. Well, it looks a little different now, doesn't it? A bit different. You can see how this doesn't have quite the shiny stuff going on here. That's a little bit shinier because, again, we've just been putting some of that paint on the surface, so it's going to have a little more shine to it. Also, too, what looks like our highlights here or lighter colors are actually just kind of a light middle tone. These are not highlights by any stretch of the imagination. We can go a whole bunch lighter than these. So here I'm going to put some of the lighter stuff on that side of those craters. Those stand out. I'm going to do that here. Same thing again. And this is why we're not doing the lightest of our lights yet, because we just want this. And as you can see, some of the craters also too are taking away some of that circular stuff, because that also too, when the craters are less circular, it also kind of indicates that it's a much smaller world, right? And you don't have those kind of isolated impacts. You have them just kind of like one on top of the other on top of the other. And you don't quite have either the volcanic or any kind of activity that sort of again creates something like the lunar mare. Like here, you could see where the big impact, right, and some of the crater floors, those are filled up. See, almost like they don't exist anymore. Ah, thanks, Shrugs. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's great to see you again there, Shrugs. I know that the streams have been later and later and later. I am hoping that in the sort of late January, early February time frame, at least, maybe say like the Friday stream could start at 9:35, 9:45, something like that. It's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but it might at least one day a week make it a little bit easier on folks that are, well, much closer to this time zone. So yeah, probably again something like late January, early February. We'll probably do something like that. At least on Friday is the kind of the date that I'm looking for experimenting with. Yeah, you can see now that we're doing this lighter stuff here. See, these craters get they get like bigger, right? Really big, and that's what we want. Again, for a smaller world, we're not going to do that anywhere near as much on Venus here. You can see those are much shallower craters than these. These are much heavier craters, and we haven't even put the darkest darks or the latest lights on these. Mercury, we did a little bit more because, again, it's smaller than Venus. Let's see, look at this right here. See how these extra bits of light right in here. There's another one. So that crater looks a whole lot deeper because we've just kind of highlighted that edge a little bit. And then see, we let it mix so we don't lose our light over there. That's the key thing, is we're trying to get the light on these sides of the crater, but not too much as it gets up to those, because then they're going to lose their shape. See here, that's automatically going to make that look a little bit deeper. Do it again. Yeah, see that? It's like we're carving, it's like we're sculpting with paint here. We're carving out these craters out of the surface here, because this is just flat. It's again, it's a glorified ping pong ball. That's all it is. Who knows? Actually, I might, after Christmas, maybe we paint ourselves another Mimas. Since, again, that's probably one I'm going to be uh, giving away as an ornament. So that's what we might do, is we might repaint some of the ones that we're using as ornaments. Yeah, I've actually lost count. Actually, Grand. Oh, that's right, Saturn. I know my sister-in-law. I think she has Saturn, Grand Oracle. Yeah, I think she has Saturn. I know that my brother-in-law and sister, they have the Earth-Moon combination. Uh, I thought I was gonna have a chance to get sort of like a 4 foot tree, Grand Oracle, like a 3.5, 4 foot tree that would just be for these instead of like a gigantic one. Well, and by gigantic I mean like a 6 foot tree. I was thinking if I could get myself like a 3.5, 4 foot tree, it could be pretty much filled by these ornaments and not not necessarily having all of them. I know we were still wanting to do things like a Centauri Prime or an Epsilon 3, right, Camda? Yeah, I never got a chance to go and snag another tree there. Of course, Amazon after Christmas will probably have all kinds of very nice deals on Christmas trees, right, Grand Oracle? That's probably the best time to get one on Amazon. What is it? Well, on the 26th, right? I mean, won't that almost be like the reverse of Black Friday? It's like Return Day or whatever you want to go, or maybe just Boxing Day. All right, so what I think I'm going to do again is refresh that medicine. Maybe see if I can find that one cough drop that fell down underneath the desk there. But we're and I think we might head on back to Venus after we do again a little bit more of our lighter stuff here on Ceres. We also want to maybe do some the craters with a bit of ejecta on those too. So don't go away. We shall be right back. I'll see you back in a bit there, Irid. So here, Grand Oracle. That was in the very early days. Ah, boy, Grand Oracle. I don't know if you've seen the. I'm sure you've seen the Battlestar Galactica showcase vid, right? And there's towards the middle of the song, you see the guy. He's at the memorial wall, right, and he's touching it. with his, I think he starts with his left arm, Grand Oracle. It took, and Kathy's family was, they were actually on the phone with me while I was trying to do that scene. There was at least 10 tries because guess what it kept doing, Grand Oracle? It kept putting his right hand on his left arm. It made no sense whatsoever, and it was driving me nuts because it kept doing. And it would say, "Oh look, I've corrected it." I'm like, "That is still a right arm or right hand on a left arm." It'd say, "Oh no, it's fine," and then it would say, "Oh yeah, that's right, I did that wrong. Here, I'll fix it." And then it would say, "Look, I fixed it," and I'm like, "That's still a a left arm or left right hand on a left arm," and then it said some ridiculous thing about, well, when it's at that angle, it tends to mess things up because it can't understand the geometry of it. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me! It's the same thing that here. Let's go a little bit warmer with this. I'm gonna get some of this violet color here. Oh, even some. Oh, look at this. Some of the green. There we go. Yeah, let's change this up a wee bit here. I haven't used any of our not radiant green here. Also, we got a big old chunk of paint on there. I gotta try to get rid of that. There we are. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Again, a little bit different. It's another gray. It's not a violet gray. It's not a bluish gray. It's got a little hint of green to it. Just a little hint of green there. And we're gonna use something like maybe this little guy here. And again, just push that stuff around. Look at that. Nice and easy. So it absolutely drove me bonkers. I said, "What in the world is going on?" And it's the same thing that got me to do all those orthographics and the height maps. Yeah, I did all those height maps for the flats, and then I go to use them and they fail horribly. They're like ridiculously bad. And I go back and I say, "So you said that these orthographics were the way to go, that you had to do these. It was the only thing that would make it understand." It's, "Oh no, no, it doesn't understand those. Yeah, it can't understand orthographics." I'm like, "Then why did you have me do all these?" Which again, right, right, Camda, it can't even take over a class of unconscious kindergartners, much less the world. Not like that, it can't. That was just insane. This is the first one that has kind of this little bit of greenish gray going on here. Again, look at this. See, it's just kind of mixing on the fly. Don't even have to break out the blending brush here. Look at this. And you can see there's just that hint of greenishness there, which, yeah, very different than what was going on with Mimas there. So that's uh, that's not a conspiracy theory at all, right, Grand Oracle? It wouldn't. Oh, and again, now of course this is in. Well, it's big acrylic. That's it. Yes, because you're not using tokens in GPT. However, we were certainly using them in our meshy. But yeah, now I can go ahead and make some of those vids now that I have the credits back. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna look at that. There we go. So a little bit of that lighter stuff right there around that crater. Now I'm also going to grab me maybe a different brush here. Now let me stick with this because I want to. This is kind of a unique little feature here. So it's not just craters. There's also these ridges here. So now I'm going to try and create. Now that the craters are pretty well set, I'm going to try and create some of these ridges in between the. It's like it's the Ruffles moon. Yeah. Ooh, Ruffles have. I love those. Actually, oh, the barbecue flavored Ruffles. That's right. This is a cuisine channel after all. Yeah, the barbecue flavored Ruffles. Actually, those Ruffles potato, they actually do really well if you want to use, shall we say, some salsa with them or whatever. Because guess what? Those ridges also, they act as great structural supports for holding more salsa, more better. So everybody check out again, the links to Armored Wolf just posted there. So uh, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. You want to watch the beginning of this or any of the other planet type things or the other Christmas ornaments, the Lord of the Rings gummy bears being painted. That is where you got to go because again, you can't leave these on Twitch anymore. They just get deleted after a while. There's no more highlights. The benefit is, and I just made a playlist for ornaments. Yeah, there's literally a playlist on that YouTube channel as I put the lighter on these creators right here. There's a playlist for the ornaments. So instead of having to look through a whole bunch of thumbnails like you did on the Twitch channel there, now all you have to do is just go, I want to see ornaments, go to the ornament playlist. And of course the Army Showcase videos, those are on the other YouTube channel, the main one. And I really enjoy those because it's a way to show all of the armies and the terrain all together, but also kind of set to a bit of a story. So those are super fun. Here we're gonna create these later. See how we make those craters look that much deeper by having this later stuff on the outside of them. Now some more than others, some a little less. Like here we're gonna do a little more on that bigger crater there. Let's do some of this. Okay, there we are. Now let's get some of this up in here. And of course, none of this is our latest light. I think the latest color on here, if you're doing that 1 through 10 value scale thing, 3 is probably the absolute latest we've gotten on this thing so far. Even this right here, that looks light. It's only because what's around it is a whole bunch darker. Well, that's the best one. And of course, with powdered sugar, they're even better, Landrast. Yes, they're even better with some powdered sugar. Kind of like rum balls. Yeah. Just try them with powdered sugar, Landrast. They're even better than beaks, for sure. Let me do this here. Whatever powdered sugar that you like to use most. So great to see you there, Landrast. Now, actually, Landrast, have you ever fooled around with that Maker Lab thing? I wasn't sure that, when you're doing stuff in the slicer or anything like that. And what's weird, Cam, is it's like in the upper corner, and you'll see it when I do this video. It says like you have 170 credits, yet I haven't used any of them. Like I've done all this stuff. It's weird. I keep waiting for the credits to go away, and again, maybe it's because I have a bamboo printer. I don't know. Actually, Landress, do you have to travel for Christmas at all, or are you going to be able to just kind of stick around there? Was because I know you just did. Gosh, was it 2 weeks ago, Landress? You did that trip, or was it even more recent than that? Wasn't very long ago. Wasn't sure if you had to hit the road again. We'll see. Now we're starting to get lighter and lighter and lighter here. Oh, I mean, it's a little bit lighter here. there. Actually, geez, that's another thing I gotta do tonight after the stream is at least try to get some more of the cookie dough made. I did make the cranberry sauce last night, so that is ready to rock and roll for the Christmases. Yeah, you can see this paint is setting because when I do this now, it's much more of a successful dry brush over the top of that. Yeah, okay, so it was pretty recent. I knew it was like had to be within the last 10 days or so. Now, hopefully you'll maybe be able to have some fun stuff going on for Christmas time there. Let me do some of this there. Oh yeah, that's well, there was well, speaking of rum balls, there was probably maybe a bit of refreshment flowing there. Maybe just a little bit. Now I'm gonna try and get some of this lighter stuff happening again. We were talking about in a little bit of the yellow as well. Let me just chuck a little bit of the thinner on some of these things super quick here. Well, here's hoping that you get a chance to do that. You start feeling better a whole lot real fast, so you can do that. Man, yeah, we are just 2 hours 36 minutes in here. Now this should really kind of stand out because again, it's this is much warmer than anything else it's had. Not just lighter, it also has some of that yellow in there. So yeah, I'm just trying to break this down here. We're almost there. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Don't go away. Boom. Yeah, look at that. And we're only doing this kind of in this one portion here of our crater, and that's it. Yeah, Landrast. Now again, some blocks are maybe more into it than others, but it is fun. Of course, here I just walk into the store, end up seeing a decent amount of them. But here's hoping that you get a chance to do that. Again, hoping that everybody has a chance to kind of do the stuff that they would really like to do. Maybe their usual Christmas tradition things and all that. For us, it kind of depends who can actually be around at the time. Sometimes Christmas is a much smaller gathering than other times. Sometimes there's a fair amount of people. This one probably is going to be a little bit on the smaller side, I would say. Yeah, Landrest, it's almost like you got one block where everybody's really into it, and then you have another block where it's almost like dark, and then you have another one where it's kind of like parts of the block are lighter. Look at that. Look at how light those edges are on the craters there. Again, I tried to do what I could. I really have now. I'm really enjoying the solar powered decorations only because you don't have to deal with the annoying cords and trying to connect them all together. It's like, okay, I'll just stick this over here. I don't care what, just go, just stick this in the lawn, boom, it's done. No screwing around, untangling cords or whatever. Just like, oh, here's the thing. I'll just grab it. I'll stick this thing in the ground, make sure it's pointing vaguely towards where the sun is, and it's done. And I don't have to remember to turn it off. Actually, I think I forgot to turn off. No, I think I remembered to turn them off just now. Well, can do. That's where depends are very handy. Now again, it might be you leave it, you kind of have a really long drive there and you don't stop, you might get a little itchy or something like that. But at least they'll take care of the immediate situation. So again, more of our lights right on the look at difference between this and between that big difference, right? And it's not just the fact again that it's lighter, it also has that bit of yellow in it too. So this is much warmer than some of the colors that are just right next to it. There we are. Well, Camda as a streamer, right? There might be those occasions where you will, even though nature might be demanding a certain thing happen, you might be in a spot where you just cannot accommodate that. So that's a streamer's pal right there, Camda. That's what they're also called, a streamer's little helper. Let's get some of this light over here. Now, of course, we might have to do a merch line in those too. Of course, I already have my Lord of the Rings ones. I already have one that's got kind of a chainmail type of texture to it. Here, let me get this light over here. There we go. Yep, let's get this one too. So again, we have a whole bunch of middle tone, light middle tone. Now, boom, now we got a whole bunch of light right next to it there. And then, of course, after hour 3, what was we get out our fast mat weight, and then we can really, really, really hammer home some bright stuff on these guys. And again, we'll be doing that on Venus as well, but there's a lot more of this going on here. We're trying to do as much of this as we can here, and then again, set this one off to the side, give it that all-important chance to set, and then get back to it. Right, again, over here, get that down into the, again, where the light comes this way and hits that side of the crater. We got another big old one here. And you can see we're also trying to see we're doing a little bit of texturizing in there. That is also going to indicate that this planetary body is smaller, because we're not going to be doing that for our Venetian craters there. We're not going to be doing anywhere near as much of the smaller texture like that. More of our little craters here. And you see we're also starting to maybe add in a couple little extra smaller things outside. Maybe some, again, there are literally like tiny little micro craters on these worlds. Even on the moon, there's craters the size of pennies and dimes, whatever. And there's a lot of crater within crater within crater. And on a lot of these planets here, where you'd say your things in the asteroid belt, they're not quite having the same sort of gravitational push and pull that Europa does. That's why Europa here Reason why it's just a bunch of little fissures and stuff like that is because it keeps getting pushed and pulled with all the gravitational forces. A little bit like Io, but not quite the volcanic activity. Sister, I still gotta keep a whole bunch of areas here again that need this latest light in the crater edges here. Bunch more, and then we have a bunch on the northern hemisphere too. Edge of the I've got to refresh that brush. Might even need a little bit of thinner in some of this too to thin this down a little. After this has a chance to set, we might even come back with our blending brush to uh, cut down some of these rougher edges here. Just again to remove the excess paint. That's what it's all about. And we go here. Yeah, like that. Here. Start working up here now on some of these. Yep, there we are. Breaking this down. Even this, as light as this is, still not the latest light. When we use the now fast matte white, you'll probably see in a couple of these areas here, you'll see the difference that makes. See, some of these largest craters starting to hit that crater rim. Right, because we want to indicate that it's a larger crater. Something like this. This one too. And then also roughens the area around it. So kind of by default, now see those craters, they have much more height to them. Start to work to, again, some of our craters all the way up here by the pole. Again, to get the upper edge on some of those craters there. To make those stand out some more. Maybe this guy here too. And then again, roughing up the edges around it. So what we've done, say on these ridges, we are not gonna do a similar thing on these. We're just not gonna do that. We want those to be more weathered, not at all like what we've got going on here. So say we got this. We will take our blending brush here and just again take some of that away. Also here, there we are. Blammo. Here. So Landris, I'll shoot you some pictures as soon as I can of the those new prints that'll be taken off of the printer after the stream here, because we've got. I'm pretty sure the Galadriel test print on the bamboo should be done by the time the stream is over here. If it's not already done, and then I know those are done because they were finished before the stream, but there was no time to take those off of the build plates there. That's a little bit too much of a process. Actually, ooh, Armored Wolf, that's the other thing with the new printer there, is it a little bit easier to get the stuff off of the build plates and such. Oh, well, I was just gonna mail you a tin of those Landrast. You know, it turns out the cookies that I sent to Kathy's family pretty much got there intact, so I guess I'll just have to send you some of those. It's not like the post office would ever scan that package. Let's do this here. Can't with the lighter stuff along the edge of our craters here. Hello, Detoxic. How you doing? So this is not actually. It's neither one. This is that's a basically a dwarf planet slash asteroid belt object. This is Ceres. So Ceres and Vestal, two of the biggest uh, objects there in the asteroid belt. So there we go. More of our craters there, and of course these are de facto ping pong balls. Because it sure sounds like a ping pong ball. It kind of looks like a ping pong ball before you get the primer and paint on it. At least they're not fragile. Now, of course, if you start whacking them around like a ping pong ball, they might maybe be more inclined to crack or something like that. Okay, we'll be doing some more little smaller ridge lines for Ceres here. Okay, there we are. I think this would probably have a really weird motions. Really, if the golf ball had these uneven dimples like this, it might be like like a knuckleball or something. Yeah, it would probably be like a knuckleball just twisting and turning all over the place. With all these dimples being weird sizes, some of them on top of each other. Yeah, get this going here. No, gotta get some more paint on that brush right there. And we're not too far away from, again, going back to our Venus right here. We'll get some more of the lighter features, because guess what? This color I'm using right now is going to be a lot of the lighter features on Venus there. Blending brush. Push that around a little. Get this going here. Now, almost forgot these guys up here, but we'll get them now. Using one of our more roughed up blending brushes right here. Is nice there. two. There we are. More of this up here. Oh yeah, geez, we got some more of these guys to do. More of these guys up here. And the later that is right by the edge, the more that crater edge starts to rise. And again, some of these not necessarily round. So we're gonna set Ceres off to the side, and now back to Venus here. Let me get back to my reference on that too. There we go. And of course, this is gonna stick here a lot easier, right? Since that's had a chance to set for, oh geez, at least about an hour or so. Still, we'll have the blending brush nearby so that we can do this. More of these work their way through. Sort of the similar thing like what we did with Mars. And again, we've got our reference, some of the references down in the lower right and left hand corners. There we are, that way. Oh yeah, we got a couple of these we need to do some of this lighter stuff on. Yeah, not quite a Mariner Valley type thing. Not a Rift Valley. Oh yeah, let's get that up here. I'm gonna lighten up some parts here of our Guinevere Planitia. Blending brush again, but we need like a soft one here. This might just be the one we need. Yeah, we're gonna go with this guy here. That again just kind of spreads that around. It's not taking out all the texture. In some ways, it helps create a little bit of different style texture in there, but now that's gotten lighter, but also, yeah, we have a little bit of texture going on in there now. More of that light down here. Down towards Alpha Reggio. Doing this. Now, of course, the more we do this, you can see the paint's getting on there. So if we want to be able to do this somewhere else, we might want to clean all the paint off of there. Probably not using the cleaner. We would probably just use our paper towel. Just try to wipe as much of that paint out of there as we can. And what's interesting here is that some of these almost flow through the craters themselves. Like this blending brush. Where'd that go? There it is. So see, kind of breaking through the crater wall there. Some of these need to get a little later here, and not as much as what we did on Ceres, but there, take this, spread that around. No, don't want to go too crazy with it. That might be a little too much light there. Blending brush though to can take the edge off of some of those. And we'll take this, yeah, nice and thin little rivulets there. Let's get this, push it, start going this way. Our bluish violet. So I'm going lighter. This is more about just changing the colors. So it's not really a value thing. It is, you can see it's got a little bit more of the violet to it. Not everywhere. Might also put some of that this side of the pole. More of these little micro detail type things to, again, to give us somewhat ridges, plateaus. Like Dermot Woodford posted a link to the Patreon page. We've got another video that, well, actually, probably be filming 2 or 3 videos over the next couple of days. The the video is going to film has kind of changed a little bit because of some brand new discoveries just made a matter of hours ago. When I find out new things about new paints, new techniques, new equipment, new whatever, I try to make sure to do his video as quickly as I can to let you know. It's like, hey, look, there's this thing here. This could be very cool. You might want to give this a try. We just had one of those earlier today, only a matter of a few hours before the stream. It is one of the reasons why the stream was a bit later, because I wanted to set up some test prints that I could actually use as part of that video. And you could see now again that kind of bluish color stands out from some of the yellowish ochres and some of the terra rosa here. Instead of it all just being, okay, well, we have a slightly lighter brown, slightly darker brown, whatever. Nope, here it's a whole different color range that we're using here. In addition to the brush strokes, trying to kind of create some extra little things in there that's not just flat blends here. So yeah, even some of these things, they're not just that lighter yellow color. Some of those are more of this kind of, again, violet, purple-ish type color. And then I might come back with something like a Mars Yellow Deep, maybe Mars Yellow Deep mixed with a little of the, probably not Windsor Yellow, but some of the Naples Yellow. That will lighten it, but also uh, keep it more towards the opaque side of things, and maybe even push it a little bit away from just yellow, because they have that Windsor Yellow. That would be a little too much yellow. And where we have this, uh, the darker browns and the burnt sienna and such, and the teal rose, that really is going to show up there. You're really going to see it more. Maybe not quite as much out here. There is a little value difference here, but still, okay. Let's do that. What we're talking about here, we got that. Let's break this down because it's been kind of sitting there on the palette for a while, and these are all everything here. Everything here is alkyds because we need these things to dry as soon as possible. So again, that's a little bit darker, but again, that's got more of that yellowish brown. A little bit of touch of that darker green too. You'll see it a little bit. Yeah, you'll see it here. So before, remember, this was just very, very wide open surfaces. Now we're starting to put a little bit more action in here. Gotta be patient though. We had to let all that paint have a chance to set. That's why we're working on. That's why we're working on Ceres for so long. Again, and now this. By the time we get back to this, see some of that shinier stuff. This is starting to have the shine again because we're starting to put some more fresh paint on there. This is gonna have that. That's gonna really, as you can see here, right? This one completely dry, no shiny stuff there. More of that in here. So this is super fun. Again, I've never ever had a chance to paint Venus. I think there was one point where I did a painting of the cloud structure, but that's about it. Never had a chance to do a surface rendering of it. And again, no real idea of exactly what kind of colors are on there. You can do the spectral type study of things and get a general idea. Okay, it should be tinted more this way or that way, but direct imaging is really the only way to know. And even then, it's going to be, well, very much tinted by what's in the atmosphere and the fact that there's not a whole lot of light getting through those clouds. Though they did determine there is light does somehow get through those clouds down to the surface. Not very much. Here we are. Like so, get more of this kind of ochre type color here. And maybe we go a little darker with that too, possibly. Yeah, maybe fill in some of that crater with it. Also here. Don't think we're going to be using any of this on Ceres. Can't push this out. This I move it around that way. More of that here. I could do yeah a little bit. Sit down into that crater. I wonder if I can get away with a little bit of this now. So we're gonna take some of the radiant green, mix it with our Naples yellow here, and again, that's got a little bit almost like a greenish tinge to it. It might be a little lighter than what we want. But we're going to try and finish out some of these channels with some of that. Here too. Some of that down here. Blending brush. Away we go here. Blending brush to that. A little bit lighter over there. I'm gonna try to let's combo a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep. Ironically, Mars Yellow Deep, yeah. So Landress, maybe we'll have to paint Mars again. But the only colors we can use Landrest are the Mars colors. So Mars Violet. Oh, I don't have Mars. Well, I'll just say that Terra Rosa is Mars Orange. I mean, I wouldn't just say Landrest that Mars Orange is pretty much Terra Rosa. But we got, let's say, we got Mars Red, we got Mars Violet, we have Mars Black, we have Mars Yellow Deep. Now, I would probably still need something. Well, I would definitely still need some of our cooler colors. So we would still need things outside of our Mars colors, but it would still be hilarious to paint mostly Mars colors. I'm going to take a blending brush. Whoops, wrong blending brush. This blending brush. There we go. Speaking of Terra Rosa, I'm going to dive into that a little. Whoops. That's going to go in here. Like that. There we go. So again, we don't want to do too much of that. We're just a couple of isolated places here. I think we'll do stuff like that. Do some of that down here. Blending brush. A little bit of that inside the crater there. Let me get this going up here. A little bit of that Terra Rosa. That's too much. That was when we were first working with some of our larger brushes. Right up in there, working on some of these channels here. We're going to take some of that away a little more. There we are. push this a little more with the, again, that Terra Rosa. Some of it maybe even in this little crater right here. So we've got, for all intents and purposes, red, yellow, blue. The red is kind of our this Terra Rosa type of color we're putting in there. The blue is that sort of dirty, light bluish violet there. And then the yellow, Mars yellow deep, mixed with some of the Naples yellow. And again, as the programming note, next stream will most likely be Friday. Yeah, probably not going to be doing a Christmas Day stream, especially since Christmas Day is going to involve an all-nighter. So not going to be doing a Christmas Day stream. Just hoping that everybody is able to have a super fun day or just super relaxed day. Either way, I'm going to put that off to the side. We'll get back to this one now. Some of the... Now we're going to get a little bit darker up here on these crater edges. Kind of the same thing we were doing on the opposite side with our lighter color there. And of course, even creating some more of these smaller, like really tiny little craters there. And again, the more we work on the edges of our craters here, the higher, basically the higher the edge of that crater rim is, it, for all intents and purposes, shrinks the size of your celestial body here, because it's the proportion, right? On our Venus, we don't have a whole bunch of much lighter edges or strong edges on the craters to indicate both weathering and the fact that those craters are not that gigantic on Venus the way they would be on a much smaller. I mean, again, some of the it would take an object the size of this to make an thing on Venus. It's got a radius like this one crater here. It would take a massive object. And of course, on Venus, you're going to have some weathering that's going to also, and volcanic activity that's going to take down some of that crater edge. Nice to see you there, Tundra Crusher. Well, Merry Christmas there, Tundra Crusher. I hope that you are doing very well. I don't know if you had a chance to see any of the Lord of the Rings gummy bear streams there, Tundra Crusher. We already did 3 of them. Yeah, 3 of them. We've already painted up 13 of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. We were doing kind of a fellowship focus. We had Frodo and Sam, Boromir, and Gandalf. We kind of started out with a little bit of a Isengard Rohan theme. We did Saruman and Grima, and I think next stream after that we had Galadriel and is this our Theoden here? Yep, there's Theoden right there. So great to see you there, Tundra Crusher. Let me get more of our dirt right along that crater wall right there. Up here too. Yep, see that extra bit of dark there, but it's not, we're not making like a complete circle out of it. It's got some interruptions in it there, like we do here. Yep, let's darken up some of these edges, sharpen these a little more. And now some of these, maybe not a whole bunch with that, just to again have the again almost craters are just tiny, or that they've been kind of pulverized or wiped out of existence by subsequent impacts. More of those up here, and then we'll kind of maybe go back to some of our other mid-tone lights. Maybe something that's got more of the violet in there, maybe even the radiant violet. So something a bit on the lighter side. Let's do this up here. Up, yeah, let's do that up here. So again, see, it's a little tiny, almost can crater in crater action there. Same deal right there again. As we have another crater, just like we got here. Crater within a crater. And now that it is after 3 hours, we can also, maybe break out the fast matte white for some of the really, 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 really light elements on some of these. Of course, not unlike Mars, where we have, say, a polar cap like that. We're not doing that on Venus. It's maybe a wee bit too toasty for that. Heck, Mercury has a permanent ice on it. Not so much on Venus. It would require one heck of a refrigerator to have ice there when it is, again, in some places about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Again, kind of toasty there. Might want to bring again some kind of a raincoat for the sulfuric acid there. Not again the some realtor tries to sell you a timeshare, something like that on Venus. You might be a little suspicious. Put this over here again on our night. Yeah, that's another more place where we need again some of that darker edge around our crater. Glad to have you back there, Irid. That is something that I'll have to wait to enjoy until tomorrow. But yep, gotta actually make some more cookies. I have some. I think I've got maybe enough for the neighbors, but we're gonna have some for Christmas Day to spread around amongst the family there. With these we're using actually a little bit of hot glue there because found out the hard way that when I was using this stuff, it had a tendency to kind of flop over a little bit when I was pressing on it with my hand. The other fun thing about this is that, oh, well, look, it does that. So, for photography purposes, and this is kind of a little bit more invisible. Now, the downside is when you rip this stuff off, you have sometimes a tendency to remove a little bit of paint elsewhere. But since we still have to paint that bottom part anyway, it's like, whatever, not that big of a loss. So, yeah, the early ones we used the blue tack, but once I discovered that, and you can almost see a little bit of the hot glue right there. It just has a little tendency. Now, of course, I'm not necessarily sticking my hand on it like I used to. And I'm trying to think, what was the first one that I tried that? I think it was probably last year, the Galilean moons, when I started to use the hot glue for that. Now, let me take this over here. We'll start getting some lighter stuff. I gotta break this down here. And not so much, trying to make craters more like dots here. Yes, shrugs. When I take the kind of the final images, if you want to call it that, it's really more on the tree. Oh, and again, we we only use the snazziest of ornament hangers here. Yeah, that's. I really do like these paper clips because you can bend them to whatever shape you need, and they're pretty darn strong. They can actually. I've taken other like regular ornament hangers and gotten rid of those, and then actually used the much stronger paper clips. Oh, Erie, if you wanted to share your Pinterest link again, sorry, but I was like, wait a minute, that was something I was going to ask. Yeah, it's been a little while, probably since the raid was Zhang. So why don't you share your Pinterest link there, Erie? Now, Erin, we've obviously you've heard us talking about how it's like 42 degrees out there outside. There's something really stupid like that. I don't know if all the liquid sunshine has finally abated up there for you. Hopefully, it has, at least for a little bit. Everybody, check out that Pinterest link there that Erican I've just shared. Yes, I think among other things we'll have to get at the store, we're gonna have to get some more eggs there. Let me try this here. Also, that. Some more here. Man, geez, I mean, again, tis the season. I mean, like you said, rainforest and all, but it's also not like it's becoming more like a land ocean. So everybody, please be like Shrugs and go check out that Pinterest link that Eric and I've just shared. And then give Eric Wave a follow, because Eric, you'll be doing your normal streams this coming weekend, right? Again, we're starting to fill in a little bit more. Yeah, like see this one here. If we fill this in, that crater edge just lifts a little bit more. that's good. Again, I mean, I'll probably still be doing my usual Friday, Saturday. Again, what those might comprise of, I have no idea. I'll probably know sometime on Friday what's gonna happen on the Friday stream. Again, the only stream I know for sure what's gonna happen is New Year's Eve. This is what's gonna happen on New Year's Eve. So we'll be doing again another one of our Earths right there. Yeah, yep, I'm gonna hit that a little later too. Blending, gosh, maybe we'll just use this guy here again. Just spread that around a little bit. Might try some of our lighter stuff into what we were just using. That also gives it that little hint of the yellow on there. More of our, yep, get that around these darker dots we put in there. Get some of these almost kind of a crater within a crater sort of thing. We're also gonna start thinking about some of these. There's some of these crater edges that we might have to take our blending brush to as well. So again, everybody please give Irritated Wave a follow. That would be sensational. Irritated Wife again does the jewelry. Also sometimes some Gundam stuff there. Can we get some? Yeah, we can get some light down into some of these areas here again. Almost like little tiny, tiny, tiny micro craters there. Sure, we'll lighten you up a little. That's just again going to make these craters seem a little bit deeper. And it also again helps to make that surface even more roughed up. And we're almost. Well, at least this time I'm not gonna miss our. What was it? Our Cinco trace here. Our yes, our 3-3-3-3. Our 5 threes. We got 11 seconds to our passel of threes there. Oh, there it is. There it is. 5 threes in a row. Bunch of threes for you there. So 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. That's how long we've been working on these guys here. And again, that is Ceres and Venus. Join this here. Get tiny little bits of light right here. Like you do. What do we have here? We got a bunch to do. Yep, like that. some of these little twisty things we're doing is kind of the same stuff we were doing here on Venus in that part of the terrain. Also some up here. Oh, that sounds very good there. That sounds great, Inganes. So Merry Christmas there, Inganes. And of course, I know we did before, but Inganes, why don't you share your Instagram link one more time there before you head out? And everybody, again, please give Inganes a follow because Inganes also streams the oil painting. So again, Inganes, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that, of course. And definitely take care. And I know there's new arrivals and all kinds of stuff, right, going on this Christmas. So again, congratulations on all that, and have a fantastic Christmas. And everybody, check out that Instagram link that Nganes just shared, and then give Nganes a follow. Go do that. Ooh, wait a minute. This again, that's kind of that crater within a crater routine here. Look at it, see? Taking little bites out of this crater. Little bites out of it. Another little bite there, same thing. Little bites out of some of these craters here. That really does kind of create the notion of kind of multiple impacts. Come on, there we go. Again, the same deal on that one. Craters within craters within craters. And then again, here doing a little bit of something later around the edge of that. And even this one does have some subtle color changes. There's some parts that have a little bit more of a greenish tinge. There's some parts more of a violet. Some parts more towards the blue. Yep, let's get the lighter portion on that. Again, then take this, just kind of twist this around. That's why we like our synthetic brushes, right? And the liner brushes, because you can't do this with one of those smushy sable brushes. You're not doing that. You need a bristle that's got this, again, it's going to kind of hold its shape, not deform. Yeah, let me get some of the lighter stuff around that crater, and then we take ourselves some kind of blending brush, like maybe this, and then we push that around. It's not, we're not looking to have it be like airbrush blended or something like that. We're just kind of looking to push that paint around, take the edge off of it just a little bit there. Or in this case, kind of push the paint that we're going to see, we're taking that, we're pushing the paint that way. Moving this stuff around. And again, that's the option that the oils give you, that, well, you're just not going to have that with the acrylics now, are you? Nope, I want me some of that green in there. Let me grab some of this over here. There we are. And again, it's just a very subtle thing. But when you just working with all these different grays here to alter the color within the grays, just makes an object that otherwise would be, I mean, again, it could just be this. If you don't want to have any warmer or cooler grays or whatever, you could just have that, which is okay. I mean, it's got value in shading, but it doesn't quite have that little extra kick that it does when you have, say that, actually, let's do a little bit of stuff on here and also a film noir. So there is Again, some of that bluish violet. There's some of the yellow there. We even have some of our reddish brown there until we do that. Again, you can see there's like value. You can see some of the other texturizing there, but what do we lose? We lose all of those very exciting, again, little color changes there. Maybe work in a couple of little. Again, this has that little bit of greenishness to it. Looks very similar to our yellow there. That was mostly, again, the Naples yellow mixed with a little bit of the Mars yellow deep. If that's too much, then we just hit it with the blending brush. It takes it down very nicely. Have this kind of go through the edge there of that crater. Perhaps a little more thinner. Yeah, a little bit more. Ooh, yeah, that's not too much to. We're not gonna do the edge of that like we can really see it here. You can see how the lighter stuff there on the edge, it's not just a value contrast too. We also have a very sharp edge there. Very sharp edge. Not so much here, right? These edges are far less sharp. Might even soften those down a little bit more here. Around the edges of the craters here, you want to even soften these a little bit more, incorporate those even more into the surface. Oh yeah, see that's just a really weird, just kind of hard line there. We're going to get rid of some of that. I think these we kind of took care of them. Same here. Yeah, there's a little hint of some green in here. Just not much. It's super subtle. But there's just, again, a little hint of it there. Yeah, those two dots. Less like dots, more like something else. This has got more of the violet in there, I think now. Yep, a little bit more of the violet. And just trying to create a little more of our teensy tiny texture right there. Not a ton. You can see we got some really nice little tiny rivulets there. Okay, so again, this is our Guinevere planitia there. Sorry, I do words, Camja. More of this light that kind of wanders all the way up there towards the pole. We basically have violet, yellow, and green all kind of next to each other here. And of course, there is a little bit, you can see again, there's a little shininess to some of this because the paint's just, when it's fresh like that, it's going to have that little bit of a sheen. And generally with the alkyds, you're going to lose any kind of shine that you might have on the surface. That tends to go away. The Paul Rubens definitely are. They tend to be pretty matte when it comes to how they dry. Not all colors are. We talk about all the time your phthalo colors, quinacridone magenta, alizarin crimson, sometimes even certain ultramarine blue, whatever. Those, when they dry, they can still have a little bit of a shine to them. I mean, just hit them with the Army Painter anti-shine or something that is similar. I think we have it here. They don't call it anti-shine anymore. They used to for the longest time. Now I just call it matte varnish. It's a very different looking jar. It even looks different, coming out of the jar. It still seems to be effective in the same way. It just looks really different on many levels, which is a little strange, but it still seems to get the job done. I was just getting towards my reference there. Just wanted to see that super quick. What do we have here? Yep, some of this now. No, I want some of the violet again. Let me put some of this in here. Down here as well. Oh, there we go. Yeah, again, that don't want to make that crater edge too pronounced. What have we? We've got this now. Nah, I might try to get Arturosa here, and actually, well, let's see. We'll mix it with that green, which hopefully kind of, yeah, there we go. It's almost more like a skin tone there now. Also down here, and have it looks like this is kind of flowing through that crater. That crater's been kind of withered away. Whereas here, the only way craters are weathered away is, well, by more craters. Some of this later Rosa type color up here, like this. Again, 3 hours, 48 minutes ago, these were just a couple of de facto ping pong balls with some dark brown primer on them. There is no actual texture on these. All the texture has been painted on there. There's none whatsoever. Just again flat little ping pong balls for all intents and purposes. Work some of this in. Yeah, there we go. And maybe a little something that crosses over that. There we go. Again, what we have, I think the darkest dark we have is not quite even Van Dyke Brown as far as dark goes. So a little teensy tiny things happen in there. Not, yeah, nothing super dark, nothing super light. Here we almost have, look at this, so a little bit of bluish color, a little bit of red, and then the yellow over there. Now let's get back to this guy here. And we'll start to work in again some of our crater edges here to make these maybe a little more pronounced. Like not quite as much as that one, but a little bit more pronounced. Like see this couple here, these couple of craters there. We're just gonna take that, and the paint around it is wet enough. Didn't even have to get the blending brush there. That was more than enough to make that layer. Now we also still have some of this. And we can do something like that. So again, that just like what we did on some of these other crater edges. Just did that over there. Again, that is significantly lighter. Then we will take something like this again, whatever, and you can see we can kind of manipulate that paint. We're pushing it, we're pulling it around. Wasn't about making it, blending it to be something perfectly smooth. It was more like to actually kind of create a more believable, smaller texture there. More of that. Here we go again. More of our light right on the edge of that crater, and same thing here. Nope, nope. I'm going to use this because again, here is another one of our crater being intersected by another crater within another crater within another one. Doing that over and over and over again. Ooh, yeah, this is here. Couple more of our, I mean, micro craters. Also, a little bit more of the bluish violet here. Some type of blending brush. I guess this guy. This guy might just do the trick here. Nope, I'm gonna do some little bit of. Oh, geez, yeah. There's a whole bunch of our. This is some of the darker stuff that we were putting on Venus, and I gotta get that out of there, and that should make it a bit of a soft. There we go. Softer brush for doing this. It's like edges of that brush are kind of a little bit of crispiness to them because there was some set paint in it, not dry, but as we call it, the paint was set, sort of like green stuff, where it reaches that point where you pretty much can't sculpt with it anymore, but it's also not dry enough to where you could you actually prime it or paint it or anything like that, or even add some more stuff on it without screwing that up. Yep, I'm going to do that same thing here too. Taking this, push that around. Ooh, we got to get this further. There we go. Get that further down towards the South Pole there. So see all that dark color right there? Again, that paint is set. It's not dry. Set does not mean dry. So that means it's a little easier to manipulate. And of course, we've been talking about the alkyds, right? You go the alkyds route, you'll have to wait less, not just less time for things to dry, but you can kind of get back in there and work a little bit easier, a little bit sooner. Also, have noticed that the alkyds they trend towards more beginner friendly than the regular oil paints. Well, first of all, they are cheaper. Whether they're the Griffin alkyds or whether they're the Paul Rubens alkyds, they're cheaper, no doubt about it. And also, too, let's say again, you're early in your experience and you maybe put way too much paint on there, which is pretty much bound to happen when you are new with the oils. There's still going to be a pretty good chance they just dry for you as opposed to just like remaining either wet or in that semi tacky state for a long, long time. Because that pretty much is guaranteed to happen with folks that are new to the oil paints because they're used to the acrylics, they're used to layering, and that means you're putting exponentially more paint on there than what you really need. But instead of kind of getting a little bit bummed out there because things never dry, and we've kind of tested this with actual folks, it actually does dry instead of just kind of like sitting there forever, either again wet or just kind of like that weird semi-dry thing where it's a little still tacky. Now it might just be we've been doing a lot of stuff with the middle tones and the lights. I'm gonna maybe come back with some of the darker stuff and get the edges on these craters here as we now head towards the 4 hour mark here. Definitely, I thought we could do 2 of these since Venus was actually much less complicated than, say, well, okay, even Mercury here. There was a lot more going on because we had all the ejecta and strata there. Here it's more just, okay, we have craters and then we have very few craters and a lot of open areas again on Venus there with some of the rift valleys and volcanic flows. Dark up. There we go. So again, kind of separating these out, craters within craters within craters. And it is possible. Well, actually, this is. We can't do any more of these until I get some more of these ornaments because I just used the last. These are the last 2. I thought I had a whole box of them. Turns out these are the last 2 in that box. I mean, no big deal. I just go on Amazon, get some more. They're not terribly expensive, being just glorified ping pong balls. If we do more ornaments, they will be of the flat variety. Gonna go a little bit, yeah, see, put some darker stuff within some of these craters too. So again, you see we got that crater there. We have a little tiny suggestion of a little micro crater inside that one. See, even there again, a little teensy crater within that one. Now, of course, this is the kind of stuff we can do now. We're about 4 hours in. We have a lot. We can focus more on these detail-oriented type things and less on the structural stuff. See that little bit of dark there again. That just those two little things create all of a sudden create the same thing here with some of these light or areas. If I just put the dark on the other side, now it looks like again light's coming that way, and it creates a bit more of a crater. Same deal on a couple of these guys here. And thanks again, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. So that Army Painter pledge level got even more interesting because we're adding 10mm scale. We have a painting small scale series already, but we haven't done an army painting series in that scale. New discoveries and new tools that I have kind of makes it interesting. Some new stuff that I can add to that. And also too, all those Lord of the Rings gummy bears, the other miniature files, the Eldritch Foundry stuff. If you are part of that pledge level there, well, guess what? You'll be having access to those files in a Dropbox folder. Once I've had a chance to test out all the files myself, then they'll go in there. Not going to be putting them on my mini factory or anything like that, at least not anytime soon. Don't want to be, there's no time for dealing with that stuff. But making it part of the Patreon page, not a problem. And again, Camden, well, I'll let you know how all that goes. Uh, I won't be taking pictures of those things right away because they're just going to be getting cleaned up. But that's one of the very first things I'll be doing after the stream is taking those off of the bill plates. And great anticipation there, Armored Wolf. I really want to see what those are going to look like. Are they going to be, again, it's going to be somewhere in between these two. It's not going to be quite as much shape as that, but a little more a shape, I believe, than this one right here. Again, I could be totally wrong. We shall find out. And then, of course, in Gunners, I have to redo every single one because we did them all once. In some cases, some of them twice. But let's redo them all again. But before we start doing that, we need to make sure that is actually worth the time. So yeah, look at that. We're really starting to get some of our little micro stuff going on there here. Let's do some micro later stuff, or at least mid-tone stuff in here. Like this. Not looking to necessarily smooth it out, looking to almost make it a bit rougher. Can't see that doing that edge there. It's not lighter than what's here. You don't lose our highlight going this way, but it does raise that edge of the crater over there. And all this is mixing together. Now, so Camden, if you wanted to share your Insta link again, I know you had a chat way, 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 way early in the stream. That was hours ago. If you want to share that again, please go ahead. Because Camden will be streaming the oil painting again very soon. Hopefully, Camden, getting all the scenes and stuff the way you wanted to. That's never easy, right? But hopefully, that's kind of under control now. I might try to do some more stuff with scenes here, just again with all the animations and such. I was a little bummed I did not have a chance to get like the hype train animation up there and stuff before the special Kathy stream, but well, we'll be trying to do that for sure. Sorry there, Ken. I keep forgetting that it's been now a little while. Pretty sure you were here almost from the very get-go. And if some of you should end up with, say, some gift cards or whatever, you can maybe think about. And then speaking of Etsy things, go to Armored Wolf Productions and maybe treat yourself to some dice bags, to some leather-bound journal covers there, and some wearable leather things like the barrettes. That would be Armored Wolf Productions there. Well, we've done 4 hours, 5 minutes, and 35 seconds since then, Camda. We've added a few seconds since then. And of course, Camda, again, thanks for the, those all important discoveries like the Paul Rubens alkyds, stuff like that. It really changes what we can do here, right? Camda enhances what's possible. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen before Christmas, but I'll try to find some Etsy things here. And if there's any that you see, Camda, you say, hey, look, this one looks pretty good. You might want to check this one out. If you see anything, just give me a little heads up, and that'd be fantastic. I would like to do a Wapilius spell brush for sure as a plushie or something like that. And again, not one where we make a giant run of them and sell them. Not looking for that. Just want to have one. That's all. How you doing there, Hollow Heart? Go ahead, fire away. Sorry, I didn't see your question there a second ago. Everybody, check out that link that Camda Paints just posted. Please give Camda Paints a follow. So go ahead there, Hollow Heart, and again, it's great to see you again. That right there, see, that was too much of just a static line there. We had to create something a little bit more than that. Also, ooh, here's another. There we go. Again, crater inside that crater there. That I wouldn't be able to do off the top of my head. I would not be able to do that. What I will be able to do is get some of this unused. This is where the Paul Rubens white has been super handy, Cam, to see that giant pile of the white over there. I mean, it's not like the Paul Rubens paint is free, but since we can't really apparently replenish our supply of the fast matte white, that's even more important, right? Let me do some more of this here. Again, this is pretty light. This is about as light as we can go here. Beyond this, not much room to go. And I'm going to focus mostly, I think, on this, well, basically the northern hemisphere here. Oh yeah, this one has nothing on there. There we go. Come on, there we are. lighter dots there. Again, on the other side of, right here, again, another little intersecting crater within a crater. We got, what do we got here? We got that, yep. That's too much, just a blob of paint right there. We're going to try and pull that edge around a little bit more. Oh yeah, this could you. Oops, not too much. Blending brush to the rescue. There we go. So it's going to take some of that away and just push it over there. Touch more of that. That's right along this edge here too. There's a bunch more of these craters up there. We are going to hit with this latest stuff. This too. Also that, there we go. Top of that crater there. So again, all these craters intersected here. Much rockier, sharper edges then. Look at that. Again, that's a big difference, right, in these craters. So these definitely look more like they are weathered. These, well, much more impactful, so to speak. Nah, not too much down on these. This probably a little bit there. Back to my bluish gray again. These guys here. Yeah, see, like that too, even a little bit lighter along that edge. The more this we do again on these edges, not all of them are going to have that really light like that one does. Some do, some don't. Every single one, it would just be a little bit mechanical. I don't think we've done quite as much of this inside our craters before. So this has been kind of a fun little new addition here. Actually, speaking of some dark, let's get some darker stuff here again. A little bit of the indigo type thing, a little bit of our Mars black, and then do some dark along a couple of these crater edges here. Maybe some of the mid-sized ones. Ah, yep, better do that one too. It was a little more than I wanted right there. So we'll take this blending brush and we're just gonna essentially push that around, peel some of it away. this guy up here again. A little reinforcing of that edge. I think here we're going to make that a bit lighter because of where it is on the surface. So I'll take some of this and some of our yellow here. And I'll say again how that's a bit irregular. It's not just one perfectly round line or edge around it. Right? It's kind of chopped up a little bit. Some of these guys here, yeah, that one of these two has to have a lighter edge. Blending brush again here. And of course, again, we want to wish everybody a fabulous Christmas there. I suppose Boxing Day, right? Because the 26th is Boxing Day. That will be the next stream. Most likely some ornaments too. To continue the holiday cheeriness. We'll still be painting ornaments again. New Year's Eve, we will do our usual traditional painting of Earth. Get this going along here. Yep, okay. And that's, I believe, 2020 might have been the first one. I'm not sure, but certainly since 2021. Okay, there, yeah, see again, that little bit of light coming across right there. As we close in, getting closer and closer to 4.5 hours here. Let me go back to my bluish gray again. There we go. Same deal here, and then back to our lighter stuff for that little crater right there that kind of intersects through that edge, through that crater rim. Maybe lighten up a couple of these, and then yeah, you can see that right here. See, they got some of that bluish gray, a little bit of the violet in there too, maybe even some more of that violet here. So this is not about really a value sort of thing. We're just kind of adding a little different color in here. And if you think, oh, that's all just great, well, again, there's here, look at this. That is also gray, but so is that. That is a very different type of gray. Same idea there, but again, different type of gray. Look at again how we were able to kind of bite away at this crater, and we even added some light in there. That really made that a very deep crater. Oh, looks like we did do, yeah, we did do some, again, some more crater within craters there. Again, this is Ceres, and where's Venus? There we go. There is Venus. Two more ornaments there. Yep, a little more of the light above the edge of that crater makes that again a sharper edge, a deeper crater. Possibly a little bit of mixing and blending going on here, as we like to call it, a loaded blending brush. So we're using it like a blending brush, but it actually has some paint on it. Normally a blending brush just doesn't have any paint on it at all. A lot more going on inside these craters than, say, okay, a larger thing like the moon, Ganymede, Callisto, or especially that Venus, right? Not as much going on within each of our craters here. I think some of the, yeah, see some of these we're going to try to smooth out some of this. It's almost a bit like a line. We're going to take some of that away. Same thing here. Again, kind of more like a line instead of a shape. We're going to do that here too. Whole bunch of these. Yep, there we are. Taking it this way here. Ooh, yeah, there's that was kind of early on when we were doing some of these. It's almost like just a little comma there. We don't need punctuation here. We need some shape on these. Catching a couple more of our little dots of light in here. Again, just a really, really tiny, tiny little crater. Actually, ooh, here's one. Yep, a couple of those. Is that another? Yep, I can get a light on the opposite side of that. And while we've got all kinds of complex things going on here, it did not take hours and hours and hours and hours. Again, we have a lot of little complex shapes going on in there, lots of color transitions, but with the oils, makes that very, very easy to do. Does not have to be hours and hours and hours of hard work. Of course, again, if the oils can get you to a point much faster, and then you say, okay, now I'm really going to just do tons and tons of detail here. This is for a contest or whatever. Well, you're certainly way better off if you can kind of do all the, well, grunt style work much faster with the oils, get that out of the way quicker. Then you have that much more time to spend on more snazzier, delicate elements of the figure or the diorama or whatever it is, terrain, whatever it is that you're doing. Why spend a whole bunch of time with a bunch of layers just to get to a point and nobody really knows you did all that stuff because there's no way to see that. Get to those more detailed parts of the figure or whatever the sculpt quicker with the oil paints. The oil paint's dry and you want to start doing acrylics after that. Well, paint is just paint. It's dry. Once it is dry and you want to put acrylics over the top of the oils, it's all good. Yeah, Cam did these cratery things on these really tiny little dwarf planets, moons, and stuff. It really looks like this. Somebody's been taking a bite out of them, or someone shot it with a shotgun or something. Trying to put a couple more of these down in here now. Come on, there we go. course, we'll have to, when this dries, which will probably be at some point tomorrow, I will go back and I'll do the bottom of this where the hot glue is sitting. I've got a whole bunch of them to do. Come on, give me a little more of this one here. There we go. So a little bit more over here too. And again, of course, many thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations. Fastest moderator on the Twitches. And again, be sure to check out Armored Wolf Productions. Again, after the holidays there, you maybe got yourself some gift cards and all that good stuff. Maybe think about treating yourself. There's some fantastic stuff from Armored Wolf Productions. Might even throw this. Yeah, let's do that. Expand the darker stuff there. Couple little extra darks down there. Few little darks on the other sides of these tiny craters. Let's get to maybe some of our later stuff here. Just a couple of parts of these craters. I don't want those again to get too light down here. But we also need to have a little bit of crater action there too. Bam. Oh yeah, a couple of these need to get a bit lighter there too. So yeah, 4.5 hours, not too shabby. Again, these had no paint on them whatsoever. Let me hit that. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to hit the Amazons and get ourselves some more of these because these are the last two. Hopefully, they, those arrive here. But I just realized, yeah, they better get here before Christmas Eve. So I better get those tonight. Holy smokes! Or New Year's Eve, sorry. They should arrive then. If these same ones won't, then we'll just have to get some other ones. Because we can't just do a flat one. Yep, flat Earth not gonna work out. We won't. We can only do so many time zones with a flat Earth. That's not gonna work so well. Can't cut in a few little extra lights here. But now that we have reached that 4.5 hour mark, we gotta do some of that printing stuff. So I do want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids, because we had a bunch of those too. We appreciate those. Thanks so much, Camda, for being here. See you later there, Lendrast and Grant Oracle, and of course, Irid. Of course, everybody have themselves a fantabulous Christmas because we'll be seeing you after Christmas. So thanks again. Can't appreciate you being here. And I hope everybody has a lot of fun at Christmas time. Of course, thanks for everything. Getting our raid countdown underway here. So again, appreciate everybody being here and have yourself lots of fun with friends and with families, all that good stuff. So see you guys on Friday